Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We have a quorum present and we're assembled electronically for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation pending before this committee. Before we get started, we'll have the committee members introduce themselves and we'll start with the House Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, part of beautiful Western Scarborough.
Senator Farron.
Hey, good morning. I'm Senator Brad Farron, representing Senate District 3, which is the majority of Somerset County in the town of Rome and Kennebec County. Thanks for everybody being here today.
Representative Kinney.
I think you said me because my internet seems to not be working, but I'm Representative Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99 and it's 9 towns in Western Waldo County.
It sometimes is a little spotty up in our corner of the State House, so.
Yeah,
Representative
they switched me
Wood.
to something else, but it's not,
Oh,
still
really?
not working great.
Ah,
Hi, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
okay, Representative Dolph.
Good morning, Representative Joe Sandola from District 115, which is the Western Mountains of Roxbury, Rumford, Milton Township, excuse me, Woodstock, and Sumner.
Representative McCrate.
Good morning. I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and part of Brunswick in the House.
Representative Riley.
Hi, I'm Representative Riley. I represent part of Westbrook and House District 34.
Representative Supika.
Good morning. I am Laura Supika and I represent District 126, a portion of Bangor.
Great, and my name is Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the State Senate. So before we get started with the
Mr. Chair,
proceedings, yes, Representative Tuttle.
I wanted to introduce myself if I could.
Oh, sorry.
I know.
The
hey,
box
it's
has
Monday.
moved the whole time.
I know. You're paying me back for old days, Louis. Representative John Tuttle, District 18, part of Sanford, mostly Sanford's east side. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yeah, apologies, Representative Tuttle. I just followed the boxes and it shifted midway through, so I had to just guess.
You know what to say about payback, Louis.
That's right. All right, so to begin, we'll just share a few pieces of information regarding the procedures for our electronic committee hearings. They're a bit different than our typical in-person hearings. So this meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. So be sure to keep your microphones on mute. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify as attendees cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. And just as an important note, as we upgrade you into the panel, it may look like you're being dropped for a second as we bring you up. It's a strange little glitch as we bring you into the meeting. So it'll look like you're being dropped, but once here, you'll join the panel. You'll have to unmute yourself and turn your camera on if you'd like. As another reminder, the audio for this meeting is being streamed online at the legislature's website as usual. And if you've submitted written testimony, it will be publicly posted on the legislature's website. So a reminder to all that this is a public hearing. We have 3 bills on our docket. It's our chance to hear, as legislators, to hear from the public on pending legislation. If committee members would like to ask a clarifying question, please raise your virtual hand and I will call on you as we go. For the bills today, we'll begin with the sponsors, followed by those who registered to testify today. And we're going to do our best, to the best of our ability, sort those by the people who testify in favor, followed by those in opposition, and lastly, those who are neither for nor against. For members of the public, when you're called upon, please remember to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. Only remarks on the legislation before us are considered to be in order. Anything else is considered out of order. And just a reminder that testimony is limited to 3 minutes, so please tailor your remarks accordingly. I forgot to introduce our committee staff. So we have Karen Montel as our committee clerk, and we have Sam Prower as our OPLA analyst for this topic area. And I'll just note that Sam sent out an email this morning about the new testimony setup. So it's a bit easier than having to search through your email for people's names. You can, if you check your email, Sam sent the webpage where testimony can be found there. Is there anything else you want to add to that, Sam, or?
Nope, nothing else to add, but just that if anyone has any issues with it, either accessing the documents, the formatting, or just the web page not working correctly, please be sure to let us know, because this is new and we're just trying to work out all the kinks.
Great, thank you. So with that, we will begin the first hearing, and just so that members of the public are aware, the order we will be following today is, let's see, we're going to begin with LD 353, an act to establish medical marijuana cooperatives. The second bill on the agenda will be LD 301, an act regarding adult use marijuana. And the third bill will be LD 421, an act to increase the number of plants a medical marijuana caregiver may cultivate. Oh, sorry, I think I said that wrong, actually. But no, that is right. Yeah, that's the order we'll go. And so I will open the public hearing on LD 353 and recognize Representative Warren. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner in the House. I'm here today to present LD 353, an act to establish medical marijuana cooperatives. I'm honored to sponsor this bill on behalf of Maine's medical caregiver community and their continuing efforts to sustain what has been characterized by many as one of the best medical cannabis markets in the country. Medical marijuana sales in Maine reached $226 million from January through October of 2020, according to state sales tax data. According to the Portland Press Herald, that makes cannabis the state's biggest cash crop, netting revenues worth more than other leading farm products such as potatoes, milk, and blueberries. Medicinal cannabis farmers have become a key player in our state's agricultural industry. However, that economic success story has not been realized without great effort by our cannabis cultivators. Developing a business within this industry presents a unique set of challenges. The medical cannabis industry does not have access to basic financial resources and benefits afforded other mainstream business entities. These include traditional business tax filings and related deductions, as well as full access to common banking services and the availability of capital necessary for the startup and expansion of these cannabis business ventures. One quick note on banking. While Main Street banks have largely failed to meet the financial needs of our medicinal marijuana market, it is the financial cooperatives, institutions we more commonly label as credit unions, that have stepped up to meet the fiscal needs of the cannabis community. Given these fiscal realities, it remains a testament to the ingenuity and sacrifice of the medical marijuana business owners that they have provided this state with over $250,000 of sales revenue within an economic deck stacked against them. My hope is that LD 353 will help level the playing field for them, so that they can realize the full potential of their industry. Cooperatives provide a business structure that is owned and controlled by licensed caregivers, which will further their capacity to grow, harvest, process, and sell their products in the medical retail market. LD 353 will permit cannabis cooperatives to organize local growers to that common purpose. Members of the cooperative will be able to spread fixed costs among their members to address land acquisition, equipment purchases, bulk purchase of supplies, group insurance plans, hiring and recruitment services, security and property management services, brand marketing and advertising resources. Cooperatives promote sustainable businesses and allow members to exercise self-reliance and self-help, values that are hallmarks of Maine's small businesses. By joining forces under the umbrella of a cooperative, small and modest-sized cannabis farmers can offer patients a steady, safe, and consistent supply of locally grown medicine and related products. This will create a more competitive market position for our Maine growers than what they could realistically attain under the current state law. Current law requires that individual caregivers organize her or his business as a sole proprietor or a single member corporation. Why is this the case? Maine law provides many different business organizations as vehicles for success. A brief survey of the Secretary of State corporate filings would show that we allow for the creation of any number of business entities. C Corps, limited liability partnerships, limited liability companies are a few examples. But these legal organizations designed for lawful business activity have been denied to participants of Maine's cannabis industry. Why? And why that is a really good question for your committee to explore. And I hope that you'll do that as part of your work on this bill. Since the legalization of marijuana for medicinal purposes in 1999, the state has barred any collective activity among caregivers. While there have been some incremental changes in the ideas of permitted number of patients and the adoption of assistant caregivers to the mix, nothing has been done to allow cultivators to organize their business in a fashion that other mainstream businesses might choose to do. There's no explicit record as to why the legislature has maintained this ban on cannabis business development. One can guess that the ban on collectives came from a fear that growers would form cartels, and from that association would flow all of the mischief and criminal conduct we have attached to that term. That fear no longer has any basis in fact, and the trajectory of sales tax revenue from the medicinal marijuana can be seen as evidence of lawful conduct by the cannabis industry. The ban against collectives for cannabis participants assumes they intend to behave as criminals. I would suggest the conduct of the industry has been otherwise. Cooperatives will also provide Maine growers with a viable defense against the consolidation of the cannabis industry by outside corporations. The removal of the residency requirement for market participations has only aggravated the potential for consolidation. Cooperatives are by their nature independent, community-based enterprises supported by local consumers. That local producer-consumer relationship does not have as its goal the intention to be bought out by a third-party corporation. I urge this committee to pass favorably on this bill. We have found a path to allow cooperatives to be created to further the economic interest of lobstering, of aquaculture and food production, and we should do the same here. I thank you for the opportunity to present on this business's behalf to organize their participant to pursue their economic goals. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but I will say I am by far not the expert. There will be lots of experts after me. But thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Warren.
Thank you.
This was originally a concept draft. Is there a language to accompany your testimony?
Thank you very much. I meant to say that at the beginning. Yes, we have submitted, there is a full bill, and I sent it to Mr. Prower, so he has it. And it's attached to my testimony, or should be attached to my testimony. So yes, thank you for that question. If I also might add, excuse me, I had a mistake in my written testimony that you likely heard me correct as I presented it. I had written in my testimony that the amount was $220.8 million. By the medical marijuana sales. It's actually 226 million. So just to make that correction in my testimony, thank you.
Could I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. I heard you that others will follow you, so you can certainly defer. I'm curious, I'm no expert on this topic, but wondering if there's a size for how large a cooperative could be. That's just a question I have. And I appreciate your mentioning aquaculture and lobster, because those were industries occurring to me as you were presenting your testimony. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative. I do not have any thoughts on how large these cooperatives could be allowed to be. I think that's a great part of your deliberations here as a committee, and the folks after me that are actually the real experts on this might have some thoughts about that. They might have some examples to offer you. I think that's a great question to consider.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Warren.
Thank
Good luck with your
you.
committee today.
Thank you so much.
Great, and seeing no other co-sponsors, we will move to the public testimony portion of the hearing. Again, just a reminder, when you're called upon, please state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent. When we bring you in, it will look like you're dropped for a second, but just hang with it and we'll pop you into the meeting. And just to remind everybody, testimony is limited to 3 minutes, so please tailor your remarks accordingly. And we will go through the list of signups that were made before this meeting started, and that's the order that we'll follow. So for today, we're going to begin with, and we'll read up ahead of the list so you can be ready. We're gonna start with Catherine Lewis, Corey Terrio, and Dawson Julia. And these are people speaking in favor of LD 353.
Hello.
Hi, welcome, Ms. Lewis. We can
sure
hear you and see you.
Really here.
Yeah, it takes a second. It's a little weird, but welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lucchini and distinguished committee members. This is an awkward way to testify, so please bear with me. And being first, even more awkward. So on LD 353, the trade association, I represent Medical Marijuana Caregivers of Maine. The trade association supports this bill fully. And one of the reasons being is that the collectives, the definition of collectives even applies to small household members like husband and wife. It was one of the first things that when we became caregivers 11 years ago, that was a concern to us, that even living in the same household, we were considered a collective if he was a caregiver and I was a caregiver, in order to even go into the same space with the plants. There are workarounds that have been developed over time, such as being an employee of each other, but it's become more of it's a workaround. I have to register as a employee of my husband has to register as an employee of me. Otherwise, we are considered a collective, and that doesn't make any sense. The reason why this language was originally put into the bill, my understanding when we were working on LD 1296 11 years ago, was exactly as Charlotte had mentioned, that the state was concerned about collectives bringing in cartel. They were concerned about the caregivers developing these large organizations that would not look favorable to the state industry, but also would bring attention on the federal level. As things have developed over the past 10 years, that's no longer a concern. We've proven ourselves as caregivers in the state of Maine responsible and able to work together, and we don't need to have workarounds that are just a statistic. So we appreciate your looking into this. This is on the side, not just, thank you, not just on the financial side, where we do need to be able to have investment opportunities together, working together, sharing resources because of our financial limitations, but it's also more for the small caregivers that are working together. It shouldn't be made to be a criminal activity, and then we shouldn't have to do the extra employee cards. So thank you for your attention to this matter. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Great, and next up will be Corey Terrio, who's we're bringing up into the meeting, followed by Dawson Julia, Dylan Goldman, and Edward Phipps. Welcome, Mr. Terrio.
Hi there. How we doing?
Good.
So my name's Corey Terrio. I'm from Mexico, Maine, and I'm just a small town caregiver. I operate under the name Greenview, Maine. I'll keep my comments here pretty short and sweet, but I just wanted to come here and publicly show support for this bill and say that really what it boils down to for me is I can't find in my research any law that specifically prohibits us from being
can people hear Mr. Terrio, or is it just me? Mr. Terrio, I think we lost your audio for a second there midway through. Sorry. It's still no sound for some reason, and it says that you're not muted, which is strange. It just cut out. Still nothing. Representative Kinney. Can anybody hear Representative Kinney? No.
Cannot hear her
Okay.
either.
We're having audio issues with you too, Representative. Representative McCray, can you test your microphone if you have it handy and see if we can hear you?
Representative Tuttle, 1, 2, 3.
We got you there. Okay.
Can you, this
Yep.
is Jay. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep. Okay, Mr. Terrio, can you? Okay, we're still not getting you. I think what we'll do, we'll move to the next and we'll give you another shot at it in a few minutes if that works. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, next up, we have Dawson Julia, followed by Dylan Goldman.
Hello.
Yes,
Can
we
you guys
can
hear
hear
me?
you, Dawson.
Awesome.
Great.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think I did predict we're going to melt the Zoom servers today. I just didn't know it would happen this quick. We are here. I'm the director of the Maine Cannabis Coalition. And we actually are part of the reason this bill's here today. We worked with Representative Charlotte Warren and our lobbying team, which is Ken Fredette, Mark Dion, and we also have Jared Goldstein on our team. And so the reason we put this bill together was because of the unfairness in the business structure, what we're allowed to do here. It's very clear. I've never seen any law like I think Corey was trying to say. I've never seen a law that prohibits a partnership of any way, shape, or form in any industry. So that's a real concern to us because it seems like it's limiting our ability to grow our businesses to a certain extent. And I'll better explain that. And a good example is this. We are up against competition right now that are coming from Wall Street. They literally trade on the stock market and they have unlimited funds to a certain extent. These guys come to Maine and they get their licenses and then they basically take their profits and they move them back to Wall Street. So it doesn't benefit us in the way that a local business does, in the same way to the state. And when the local businesses try to be competitive, some banks, very few banks will allow us, it's really credit unions will allow us to have a bank account because of the federal laws. And more importantly, if you do get a checking account with a credit union, they absolutely will not loan you any money. So we are very limited on how we can raise funds for our business. Partnership is a great solution to these problems we have. And I see the partnership as being a solution to this problem, or a part of a solution. And another thing that I think is important to point out here is, we fought long and hard to get some protections in place for both the medical program and the adult use program. And one of the biggest protections we had in place was the residency restrictions, which said that nobody can participate in our program if you're not a Maine resident. And there is a sunset clause attached to these protections. And what's happened is these laws are not being enforced. The residency protections are not being enforced. It's been challenged in court, and our attorney general decided he's gonna not defend it. And so what's happening now is we are raising money from the members of our coalition, and we spent over $70,000 in court fighting for these protections. This bill is designed to eliminate the protections for the corporations and give some benefits to the local small businesses. That's exactly what we want to do, is be able to make it a level playing field. 0 seconds. There we go. Do I get a golden star?
Finished it well. Perfect timing. Any questions for Mr. Julia? Representative Kinney.
Okay, first I'm going to say, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
All
Got
right,
you now.
I fixed it. Welcome, Dawson, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Dawson. You were mentioning the residency clause and that there's a sunset. Has it sunsetted yet, or is it?
June 2021. And also, I'd like to say, if I could, Representative Charlotte wasn't sure what the limitations was. It's a 5 limitation is what's proposed in this bill. 5 total members for a collective.
Okay. Okay. And I think I have a feeling I know what your concern is with the residency clause, but we can talk at another time.
Sure. Yeah, that's a whole discussion right there.
Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dawson, for testifying. I think you answered my question though, because I was wondering how many people can be in one partnership or cooperative group. And I thought you had said the limit would be 5. Is that correct?
Yes, it is 5. And if I could just touch on that a little bit, expand on it a little bit. There was some concern from some people that I've talked to on this bill about the need to have a farmer involved in this collective. As I understand, the reason that farm part was added to this bill is because in order to qualify for the tax breaks and things like that, we need to have a farmer on board that's registered with the state for at least a year. So that is something that if we could just change it a little bit to say, you may or may not have a farmer on board, but in order to get the tax benefits, a farmer is required. That's one thing I wanted to say in my testimony.
Great. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. And
thank you, Mr. Julia. We'll see you.
Appreciate the opportunity here.
Great, so next we'll move to Dylan Goldman, and then we will circle back and see if we can fix Mr. Terrio's audio. So we'll bring him back in, but welcome, Mr. Goldman.
Hi, how's it going? I'm gonna keep this short and sweet. I'm a small caregiver, one of many out here. I agree with everything Dawson just said. I think it's really important that we make it viable for small caregivers to make it through in these hard times, especially when small industries are being troubled with COVID and everything going on. It seems like this anti-collective thing was created in order to stop a monopoly, and then with big money coming in from out of state, that's pretty much doing what the anti-collective laws were, going into. So that's pretty much what I have to say. And thank you for your time.
Where do you live?
I'm in Monmouth.
Great, thank you for coming in. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Goldman. So Mr. Terrio, can we try you again? Oh, we still are, sorry, man, we're still getting nothing. Sorry about that. If you do written testimony, we'll get it to everybody. So great, thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to move to Edward Phipps. Who, let's see. Okay, so Mr. Phipps, I believe, is calling in today. So after Edward Phipps, we're going to go to Eric McMaster, Frida Drinkwater, and Garrett Cooper McPherson.
Good morning to you all. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Well, thank you for taking the time and this opportunity. Appreciate it. My name is Edward Phipps. I'm a medical marijuana caregiver in Durham, Maine. And I just wanted to kind of speak to, the medical marijuana industry, despite its limitations, especially with collectives, has done such wonderful things. And there's so much still limiting us. And despite that, we've done so well. And all I truly want is for a free market and an opportunity to grow my small business and be afforded the opportunity to do that. And I believe that offering the ability to have cooperatives will take the successes that have already been shown and maximize them even more, which will be of great benefit to everyone involved, caregivers, the state in terms of taxes, patients who rely on affordable medicine and access to it consistently, and jobs. And I just think that, with this industry doing as well as it has done, despite being handcuffed, the ways it has been is just scratching the surface. And I believe that if we're able to, have a little bit more freedom to work with each other and work together as small businesses, it will do nothing but benefit the state, the patients, the people, and the local residents overall. That concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Phipps. I appreciated your mentioning availability. Is that one of the concerns that you have, that if this isn't allowed, that caregivers won't have access to medication for their patients?
Yes, I believe that, with this, where, there's limitation to growing the business and therefore growing the supply that is needed. And I've seen more oftentimes that, that supply is limited. And in order to, the demand is there and the people want their medicine and they want their supply, without being able to operate in a way that for caregivers to grow their businesses, that supply will inevitably be limited. And should those limitations continue, so doesn't the supply.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Phipps.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Okay, next on our list, we have Eric McMaster. Just have to find in the list. Okay, I'm not seeing Mr. McMaster in the list, so we'll move to Frida Drinkwater.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I'm sorry. I think it's the person in the attendee who's just Eric.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Good eye, Mr. Chair. Okay, so we'll start with Eric. We'll see if and Eric, can you hear us?
Yep, I can. 1 second, Melanie. I'm gonna get this. Okay, there we go.
There you go. Gotcha.
All right, Senator Lucchini, thanks for having me. Members of the committee, thanks for listening. So, I guess what it is we're just kind of setting the temperature, setting the tone, reiterating a lot of the things that the rest of the other cohorts kind of mentioned. Is that, I came into this industry many years ago, cultivating cannabis, but more so we got into the medical storefront side of things a few years back. And, in the beginning, as Catherine even mentioned about the fear of these cartels, and it just kind of came with a bad connotation. And so there was a lot of rules and regulations that were set in place to really hinder us from being really successful just in a small business state. And so, when I think about it, I try not to, be one of those individuals that wonder, well, why can they do it and we can't, right? And we kind of brought it up a little bit today, when we talk about lobsters, and you can go down to the lobster pound and find a bunch of guys, hanging out in Booth Bay, just kind of selling their lobster. You can go downtown in Gardner and find this fantastic farmers co-op, and people are bringing their things in. It's their livelihood. And, a lot of us really left other professions and other careers that were nowhere near as regulated to come into this industry to kind of, to help out. And what we found is that, in the beginning, we all just, followed the line and listened and did as we were asked. And now that we're getting to that position, we just find that there are a lot of other farmers out there that are they have no opportunity to get into a retail environment, but they do a fantastic product. And what happens is when we run out of products for our patients, my business loses, and so we would love to have those opportunities to work with some of these other farmers. And it's not even just the farmers. I'm in a position with banking right now. We bank with the local credit union. They really sting us heavily just to monitor our programs to make sure that, we're not doing anything that we're not supposed to. And I can only speak for myself, but the general temperature here is that we're not doing the things we're not supposed to do. We're following the lines and we're transparent and we're paying our taxes. Right now I'm in a position where if I was any other industry and if I was in my previous profession and career and I showed the bank, what we do for work, they wouldn't bat an eye and they would lend us the money that we need in order to acquire the real estate to quote unquote be successful for the long term. And essentially they just can't even touch us. So where we're at is, we're just trying to level the playing field. We want to be able to work with other farmers. We want to work with other, real estate developers. We want to put these things together and offer the very best medicine that we kind of can get to for these guys. The other thing too is science and research. If we're allowed to put these collectives together, I'm not just saying that I only want to work, with other farmers. We want to work with the science and research and development field as well. So by opening these things up, really again levels that playing field. But I went to 0-2, just like Dawson. So I want to go.
Thank you. And
Eric,
can
Eric,
you just
where are you
state your
from?
name?
I'm
state your name and where you're from, please? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that, Representative. I'm from Gardner. I'm from Brunswick, and my storefront, which is True Blooms, is in Farmingdale.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Frida Drinkwater, followed by Garrett Cooper McPherson, who I don't see in the list. So if you're there, Garrett, if you can raise your hand, it'll help us put you to the top of the list. We've got a lot of people in there. Followed by Grant Ellis. So Frida, welcome.
Hello, how are you today?
Great.
I wanted to testify. I'm a patient.
I'm sorry, can you start by saying your name and where you're from, please?
I'm sorry, I'm Frida Drinkwater, and I am from Mechanic Falls, Maine. And I'm a patient, and I feel that a cooperative this state is full of so many vast, talented farmers and bakers and just so much ability to get medication to other people because all medications are different. So having a collective of people that can work together to get medication to the main people, such as myself, that would cut cost on it and make the ability for us to save money and for the businesses to work together and grow. And I feel it's a very important ability. Everyone is allowed to work together. We're Mainers, that's what we do. So the idea of stopping us from working together is just profoundly absurd to me.
Great.
And that's my statement.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Drinkwater.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see Garrett, so we will move to Grant Ellis, and Grant will be followed by Jared Bornstein. And Jared will be followed by Jennifer Bergeron.
Yes, hello, Mr. Chair.
Yep, welcome.
Thank you very much to the co-chairs and to the members of the committee. My name is Grant Ellis, and I'm the president of the Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition here in my personal capacity as a disabled medical cannabis patient that, although I live in Massachusetts, in Cambridge, I have spent time during my recovery after falling disabled following complications from a surgery in Maine. And due to the reciprocity with my Massachusetts medical card, I have been able to obtain medication in Maine while I was recovering that I think made a world of difference. And I'm testifying in support of this bill today because of the emerging market conditions that I think necessitate facilitate Maine caregivers being able to operate in groups of up to 5 in this cooperative style. The reason why is that my caregivers, especially because I'm on SSDI, a fixed income of about $786 a month, my caregivers have been forced to actually give me cannabis at a loss many times, because I just do not have the monetary resources to be able to access my medication. And allowing caregivers to be able to compete in a way that won't facilitate a centralized monopoly by limiting them to 5, while at the same time warding off a centralized corporate monopoly that can come along with things like the introduction of large corporate players into an otherwise grassroots market due to a failure to enforce the local residency requirement, speaking hypothetically, I think is a very beneficial thing for patients like myself who depend on this medication to avoid having to use much more intensive and intense medication with other side effects. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be heard, and I do hope the bill passes favorably. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Jared Bornstein, followed by Jennifer Bergeron. We can see you, Jared, but we can't hear you. You're muted. There you go.
My name is Jared Bornstein. I live in the beautiful town of Wayne. I represent the Maine Cannabis Coalition, and I am here to testify in support of LD 353. We understand collective action and partnerships as necessary strategies in many aspects of business and social settings. We have unions, chambers of commerce, farm cooperatives, caucuses, political parties, homeowners associations, team sports, teams in individual sports like golf, and the list goes on ad infinitum. Why is it that workers who create a product can cooperate, but cannabis growers who are providing people with medicine for diseases like epilepsy and cancer cannot? Allowing caregivers access to a basic tenet of the human experience is what you have the opportunity to do with LD 353. These caregivers are small businesses. Allowing them to cooperate is the first step to leveling the playing field with big cannabis companies from away that have endless capital that they can use to drown out small businesses in Maine wholly. When Walmart and other big box retailers took out mom and pop retailers, we recognized that it was their ability to lower their overhead and buy products for hundreds of stores at once that they used to outprice compete these small businesses. What we did not account for is the money that we spend at Walmart and other big box stores being whisked out of state. We are facing the same problem here, and we have a clear solution. Allow medical cannabis cultivators to operate in a collective and collaborative way that will help decrease their overhead, increase innovation, and increase the size of their businesses and keep Maine's money and jobs in Maine. We have an opportunity to allow Maine small businesses a chance in this industry where we let retail slip from them in the past. I would be happy to answer any questions that the chairs or committee members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bornstein. Any questions from committee members at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So next up, we have Jennifer Bergeron, and she'll be followed by Joanne Davis and Jonathan Bean. Jennifer, can you hear us? Okay, while we try to get Jennifer's mic working, do we have Joanne Davis with us? If you can turn on your mic or camera and join the meeting, we can take your testimony and go back to Jennifer.
I don't know if you can see me or not.
Yep, are you Joanne?
I am.
We can hear you, but not see you.
Let me see if I can get my camera on. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Start video. Okay. So my name's Joanne Davis. I live in South Portland. I want to thank you all for having this meeting and letting us all talk. I am a caregiver, and I am a non-growing caregiver. So LD 353 is a very important bill for me in that in order to serve my patients with a broad spectrum of products, I need to be able to rely on other quality caregivers. I think this is very important for small business in Maine. Maine is a state that thrives on small business, craft culture, quality product. And I think that's what we as caregivers want to be able to come together and support each other and be able to give our patients a wide range of affordable, clean medicine that's legally obtained at a really good price. So basically, a lot of the other topics have been covered, but I think this is a big, important move for small business in Maine and the success of legal caregivers being able to support each other and create a higher quality product that you might not be able to get from the larger participants in the cannabis industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any questions for Ms. Davis from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, Ms. Bergeron, are you ready?
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed when you're ready.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, Committee Chair, Senator Lucchini, Representative Piazza, and members of the VLA Committee. I'm Jennifer Bergeron. I'm on the board of the Maine Cannabis Coalition, and I'm a caregiver in Waterville, Maine. I am just against any prohibition of partnerships. So I am for this, this bill, and except for I am against the portion that requires a farmer to be part of the cooperative. So it's really hard to give testimony on something where I don't know that any of you have actually seen the language, and I just got emailed a copy of what may or may not be the language maybe about 45 minutes ago. So, but from what I see here, I'm not sure that we couldn't simply change the statute to be against where it says we're against collectives and change that. But barring doing that, I think that this allows us to establish partnerships which let us as businesses sort of operate as any other business is allowed to do. So we can work together and have cost savings. And basically, we'd be able to do a lot more than we are at the moment, which, you've got an industry which is putting almost $250 million in sales in the state of Maine. And that's when we're all hobbled. We're not allowed to operate and go full force. If you allow us to change some things this year, not only with this bill, but others that we will have coming forward, imagine what our industry could do. I know that I have a good business as a caregiver, and I could probably double that or more if I was not under the restrictive regulations that we are constantly under. I believe that the reason that these cooperatives are prohibited is, some sort of anti-racketeering thing. But I'm a business owner. Before being in this cannabis business, I owned 3 women's clothing stores. I own a couple of restaurants now, along with this caregiver operation that I have, and I would love to have some opportunity to have other business partnerships. And I see my time is up. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. Any questions from the committee? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bergeron, for coming and speaking with us today. You had mentioned you were against the requirement of a farmer. Would you be okay with the language that Dawson Julia brought up with the idea of having it, you may have a farmer on the committee, on the cooperative, in order to get tax breaks, which he was alluding to. So that it wasn't a requirement, but it could, that they could have a farmer in there.
Yeah, I would support that. You know, as I mentioned, it's really difficult when these bills don't have language come out ahead of time, because it was actually, I think, probably when this meeting had already started before I got to see any language, or what we believe is the current language. Not even sure it is. So it's hard to say for or against anything, but from what I'm seeing on the language, yes, I would support that if it was not a requirement, but was allowed.
I'm all set, but thank you. I agree. It's tough to do this type of thing without language ahead of time.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Bergeron from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I saw Jonathan Bean in here a second ago. He's next on the list. I think he was on and then dropped off. So, Mr. Bean, if you're listening, or if you get back on, we'll grab you when you come back in. Next up, we'll have Matt Blomworth, excuse me, then followed by Mike LaRue and Nicholas Evans. So I'm going to promote Mr. Blomworth up. All right, Mr. Blomworth, whenever you're ready. Mr. Blomworth, can you hear us? If you can, you're muted. All right, I see Mr. Blomworth dropped off. All right, so Senator, we have Jonathan Bean and Matthew Blomworth, who were here but then dropped off. So next on the list would be Michael LaRue, and I'll keep an eye out for Jonathan and Matthew in the attendees list if they pop back on.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not seeing Mr. LaRue at the moment either. I know sometimes people sign up to submit written testimony and then hit the box to sign up here. So not seeing him. So Nicholas Evans, we'll see. And if Michael LaRue, Matthew Blomworth, or Jonathan Bean are here and come back in, just raise your hands. So we will bring up Nicholas Evans, followed by Paige Costa.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Evans. I'm in South Berwick, Maine, and I am speaking today as a patient. I do work in the sector as well, but I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm here to testify in support of the bill to allow collectives. I think this will help small businesses grow and compete with multi-state operators that have money backed by the stock market without the full access to banking that other businesses are afforded. That backing of shareholders becomes a weapon against small business. So allowing collectives will help take the financial burden off of small business and their ability to expand in this sector. It'll also give them better bargaining powers to have lesser costs for their inputs to create a high value product at a more competitive price. Let's see. This will also allow caretakers to create more products, which is something that's very important to patients. I know when I first started in the medical program, I had really found something that helped me in my day-to-day life, but I was only able to access that medicine maybe 4 times a year. So I had to be ready to grab it when I could. It was a very difficult thing. It's gotten a lot better. There's still more we can do to create safe, affordable access. Any legislature excuse me, any legislature against collectives is an unnecessarily prohibitive act against the small brands. They also tend to be more focused on helping people and building their community rather than maximizing shareholder profits, which I think is very important. And then I also think that brands and a collective that are associating with each other help self-police our industry. When you have a brand tied to you, their actions are reflective upon you and who you associate with. So I'm in big support of, people voting that way. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for me. If anyone has any questions, I'll do the best I can to answer. Again, as other people have said, we haven't really been able to see the language as exactly as it could be. So there's definitely some things I would like to work on. I did like the idea of making the farmer by choice. I think that's a good distinction to create. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any questions from the committee this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And I think if people go to the legislature's website, you'll be able to see the sponsor's testimony. And I believe she said she has her amendment on it. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't looked at it yet, but for those participating at home, you can likely do that. So next up, we have Paige Costa, who will be followed by Philip Bergeron, and then Philip Head. And I don't see Philip Head in the attendees list, but if you're there, just please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll move on to Ronald Jordan. So Paige, if you can hear us, you've got the floor.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. Yep.
So good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Paige Costa, currently enrolled at the master's program at Thomas College, and will be graduating with my MBA in May. I'm a co-founder of North Star Apothecary, a medical marijuana retail store located in Fairfield, and I'm a resident of Heartland. I'm testifying today in support of LD 353. So Maine was built on a rich tradition of family farms, and many of our neighbors in the state continue these longstanding traditions into the present day. However, our state and the industries within it are evolving. No longer is our main export potatoes or blueberries, but rather cannabis. By prohibiting the formation of marijuana cooperatives, the OMP is placing undue burden on the family farmer that is working to make this their legacy, working with their adult children and other family members to build a true 21st century family farm and be part of the tremendous historical growth of Maine's cannabis industry. Cultivating high quality cannabis is no easy feat and almost impossible to do on your own. If the law-abiding licensed caregivers of this state deem a partner trustworthy and choose to embark on an entrepreneurial venture together, why should the OMP have the authorities to stop a business venture that will have a positive impact on employment and the overall economic well-being of our state? Program rules should be based on best business practices, and I am not aware of any other industry in which the state decides whether or not an owner may have a business partner. In my opinion, the cannabis industry should be treated no differently. Caregivers put their heart and souls into what they do, and I ask that you please support LD 353 to allow my family's company and the others like us the opportunity to comfortably plan our roots and to do our part to be on the right side of history, providing some of the best medical cannabis in the country. Thank you all for your time and attention today, and thank you, Representative Warren, for bringing this proposal forward.
Thank you, Ms. Costa. Any questions from the committee at this point? Seeing none, thank you for coming in to testify. So next up, we have Philip Bergeron, and we will, I don't see Mr. Head, so we will proceed to Ronald Jordan after Philip. So Philip, if you can hear us.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Lucchini, the VLA committee, for allowing me to speak today. I'm testifying in support of LD 353. So I believe that allowing caregivers the ability to work together is very important to keep the small businesses in Maine. I think that it helps hold accountability for the caregivers and make sure that everybody is doing everything that they're supposed to. It allows for us to work together to improve our product and our medicine and our access to care as far as being a caregiver. That's really all I have to say.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for participating today. Next up, we have Ronald Jordan. And Ronald will be followed by Steve Rule and Susan Meehan. So, Mr. Jordan, you have the floor.
Hi, yes, I don't know if I'm broadcasting. I guess I am.
We can hear you, but not see you, just so you know.
Okay, just a sec here. Let's start video. There we go.
Welcome.
Yes, hi, thank you very much. I didn't prepare for this with written testimony, but I will say that I'm a medical marijuana caregiver. I'm a licensed for growing medical marijuana. And I got into it because I myself maybe started out recreationally years ago when I was 10. In another month, I'll be 60. And it's been a long road, but my friend who's disabled had some troubles, and he needed medical marijuana, and I started growing for him and everything. But, you know, I'm looking forward to the day when I'll, you know, there's a lot of competition out there. There may be a sale or two. I have no sales right now because I've never been able to grow enough to satisfy the needs of my patient, my primary patient, myself. Quite frankly, I tend to run on, and I don't mean to be flippant or lucid about your committee and this important, the power to get better, get wellness and everything has been elusive to many people. You know, I mean, I've struggled. 6 years ago, I had inoperable stage 4 metastatic cancer that I've cleared. We got cleared from medical procedure at Boston. I took the Downeaster. Quite frankly, I'm from Portland, Maine, where I live. I've lived and owned home here for last 20 years, but I'm from Mount Desert Island. And but you know, it's difficult to even keep up with the supply for just 2 people, myself and my friend. It's taken quite a bit of effort to learn how to grow responsibly and produce product that's worthy of you know, I've grown outside. I tried it inside. It was a mess and everything like that. So I haven't been very successful financially necessarily, but I believe it's important to pool together resources of those that do grow, that are in the know. And you know, I have product that I produce because the quality bud. Time's up. 29 minutes left. Sorry. Thank
30
you
seconds.
for
Keep
hearing
going.
me. And I just support the opportunity to join with forces of other growers and provide products and hopefully produce an income. I do have a registered business and I'm licensed and taxed and all that. But as I say, the competition is tight. And but I'd like to join forces with others and hopefully make it legal, you know. So thank you for your, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Steve Rule, and he will be followed by Susan Meehan, and then we'll just do a quick cycle back to those who weren't able to get up, either Garrett Cooper McPherson, Jonathan Bean, Matthew Blommerth, Michael LaRue, or Philip Head. If you're in there or able to bounce back on, you can raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll move on to the opposition of the bill. So welcome, Mr. Rule.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Steve Rule, and I hail from the metropolis of Lincoln. I have a little background. I've owned and operated several small businesses in Maine, and I am the past chairman of the Budget Committee in the town of Lincoln and past chairman of the Development Corporation in the town of Lincoln. And I'm addressing this bill more from a business point of view. And having chaired these things before, I promise to keep it short and sweet. Small businesses are indeed the backbone of the state of Maine, and it's tax revenue. Small businesses spend their money back into the state of Maine. When you have large corporations and out-of-state interests come, they suck that money out of the state, and Mainers end up with minimum wage jobs. We should be doing what we can to keep our money in the state of Maine because it benefits the legislature and the taxpayer. And also, when in spending that money back into the state, it also increases tax revenue for the state of Maine. I can't think of another business that prohibits cooperatives. In fact, the state of Maine has a long history with cooperatives. Many of us live in communities that have grange halls in them. And these grange halls were the center of agricultural cooperatives that helped make Maine's agricultural businesses great. And in keeping in that time era, there were also people called carpetbaggers, people who came in from away wanting to take the assets of a state and move it to another state. We're better off keeping our business in Maine. And so when you're listening to testimony today, just ask you to keep a couple of questions in the back of your mind. What can I do to strengthen the backbone of Maine's economy, which is the small businesses? And who's testifying, if anybody does, against it? And I would say dollars to donuts, they're from out of state or representing an out of state interest. People who now, it used to be in the old days, green was about the smell of cannabis, the taste of fine cannabis. Now it's about the green of money, and out-of-staters wanting to come in and take that money and leave the locals holding the bag with minimum wage jobs. I'll just say no to carpetbaggers and support this bill to help Maine business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rule. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up we have Susan Meehan. Welcome. So Susan, we can see you but not hear you. Still can't. Yeah, unfortunately, we still can't hear your audio. While we try to get Susan's audio working, I will just circle back. Philip Head, Michael LaRue, Matthew Blommerth, Jonathan Bean, or Garrett Cooper McPherson are here. Otherwise, we'll move to the next segment. So no luck. Well, unfortunately, Susan, we still can't hear you. Looks like we're having some audio issues. We can attempt to bring you back in on another one in just a minute. So apologies for that. I don't know. There seems to be some audio. Oh, got someone helping out.
Any sound?
Yeah, I think we can hear you a little bit. Maybe I heard something.
You can hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson Senator Lucchini and Chairperson Representative Chiazzo and the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Susan Meehan. I live in Sweden, Maine and Oxford County, where we have very temperamental Wi-Fi. And I moved to Maine in 2013 to access the best medical marijuana program in the country to treat my late daughter, Cindy May. Cindy May is a legacy, a champion of patient access and rights in several states. Together, we fought for safe and affordable access for patient rights and patient access across the country. We fought for patient rights to use their non-combustible medicine in hospitals and in schools. And we fought for many other key legislative points. In my daughter's honor, I am a medical marijuana caregiver, currently non-cultivating, who delivers medicine to pediatric patients across Maine. I am also secretary of the Maine Cannabis Coalition and a founding member of Maine Children for Cannabis Therapy. I support LD 353 in concept, allowing cooperatives in the medical marijuana program, but it's difficult to be against or support with a bill without reviewing the language. I believe this could be a simple strikeout of language that specifically does not allow cooperatives. I also believe cooperative work between family members should be simple and clear. I would like to see the language and have time to review the language. Some points I'm concerned with that include that I believe that this should be a simple task of eliminating the language in statute that prohibits collectives. Caregivers file taxes with a variety of business designations, from farmer to distribution to sales to several other potential categories. So maybe they're a farmer, but maybe they're not. So I agree that it maybe should be optional to have a farmer on a cooperative list. I also caution that the medical program does not have seed to sale tracking by statute, and any attempt to authorize or place it in statute is not supported by our caregivers, our patients, or the Cannabis Coalition. People should be allowed to organize their businesses with Maine citizens as they see fit, and these businesses ought to be able to be transferred and or sold to other Maine citizens. As a pediatric caregiver who serves some patients who have very specific cannabinoid profile needs from specific strains, having multiple locations for these strains is imperative, and collectives will help protect these strains. As a caregiver who contributes a portion of this $250 million in revenues, albeit a small portion, I ask that our caregivers have the same opportunities as other legal law-abiding taxpayers who operate the small businesses in Maine. Allow us to be part of our communities. This is Cindy May's legacy. It is my legacy, and it should be passable to Cindy May's family when I retire. I will submit written testimony after I read the language for this bill. I appreciate Representative Warren's efforts for this bill and applaud her initiative. Thank you, Representative Warren, and thank you to the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee for hosting this hearing.
Great, thank you, Ms.
Any
Meehan. Any questions from committee members at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Okay, next up, we're going to move, having heard all testimony from those in support, we're going to move to those in opposition. We'll begin with Kate Dufour. I think I saw her. So we'll go Kate Dufour, Eric Gunderson, and Hannah King. So we'll start with Kate Dufour when she's ready. Oh, welcome.
Good morning. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Kate Dufour. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in opposition to LD 353. And a lot of our opposition is based to the fact that we haven't seen this bill. We have no idea what it does. And we would appreciate an opportunity to review that bill and hope that you will provide another opportunity for members of the public to opine on what is actually being proposed. However, on the basis of the bill's title alone, we are a little concerned about what this may do. It seems like the proposal would be extending caregiver authority that we might not be able to regulate. And we could end up in our communities with industrial size operations, regardless of the desires of the community. So in the testimony that I drafted on this one and another bill really focuses on the fact that communities have spent hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars to prepare ordinances that protect their residents. And we're concerned that this might circumvent that by allowing large scale cultivation practices or operations in a community that has exempt them. So we ask that you take that into consideration. Also a bit concerned hearing some of these tax breaks issues and curious as to whether or not that's an exemption from the property tax or whether or not that would also allow an individual to enter into the farmland space, which also has an impact on reducing the property taxes that are generated by a community. So we ask you that if you extend this authority to the to caregivers, that you also extend regulatory authority to municipalities so that they can make decisions that best suit their residents' needs. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and we'll answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Ms. Dufour. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dufour, for testifying today. I was reading some other testimony, and it does seem like it's the issue that you seem to be having is with the home rule authority of towns, and the fact that medical caregivers are not able to be denied if a town is a quote dry town, so to speak, if they have not opted into being a marijuana approved town. And that's where your concern is coming from, I take it, because they can't be denied as medical caregivers. So you're looking at this, if you're talking up to 5 and how big these organizations might become, that's the main concern for the Maine Municipal Association at this time?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Four. I'm wondering if for the work session, if you could get us a list of MMA participants who have actually moratoriums or prohibitions, so we have an idea of how many communities have decided that they don't want. I don't know if that's available. If you have something like that, that'd be great. I know personally in our town, I believe there's a moratorium in Scarborough against commercial. So I'd like to know how many of your members, if possible, also have that type of situation in place. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for testimony, and we'll get the language to you when we have it, so you can.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Great. Next up, we have Director Gunderson from OMP, followed by Hannah King.
Hi, everybody. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Eric Gunderson, Director of the Office of Marijuana Policy, and I'm before you today to provide testimony on behalf of our office for LD 353. Much like others, since we have not seen the draft language for this bill, it's difficult for our office to assess the impact on the medical program. But because the legislature has already created an avenue for the creation of multi-member marijuana businesses, specifically dispensary, OMP is opposed to the concept draft, excuse me. The dispensary model comes with the proper controls for large commercial operations, specifically local control, which Kate just mentioned, and heightened requirements aimed at protecting the public's health and community safety. The 128th legislature did a nice job starting to build in these important transparency and control policies for commercial operations, such as the dispensaries, caregiver storefronts, and manufacturing facilities. The dispensary model also addresses the business entity concerns. Caregivers are registered as individuals, natural persons, 21 plus that are residents of Maine and have no disqualifying drug offenses, while dispensaries are registered as business entities, requiring those principals to register with the program. Finally, OMP understands caregivers wish to form these partnerships, and to insist in that transition, OMP has lowered the registration fee for dispensaries from $12,000 to $5,000 in our proposed rule, which will be public this week. We thank you for your time and your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Gunderson. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gunderson, I just missed when you described the caregivers. I heard you say dispensaries are considered businesses. I didn't catch what you said caregivers were considered.
I think you're talking about how we actually register our registrants into our program. So when we register a dispensary, we register them as a multi-member or single member, it doesn't matter, a business entity. However, by public law, when we register our caregivers, they're required to be a natural persons, 21 and plus, a resident with no disqualifying drug offenses, which once you started getting into the details, there's a significant conflict in the way caregivers organize themselves as business entities while maintaining those requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director. I think the part of this bill and a couple others that we got coming forward, you mentioned, your rules that are coming out for us to take a look at through this committee at the end of this week and next week. And you heard some of the testimony of the folks in favor of this bill about concerns of some of the larger out-of-state conglomerates coming in and kind of taking control of the medical caregiver piece of that. And there is concern over the rules combining both these, the recreational as well as the medical piece together. And I just kind of wonder what your thoughts are listening to some of that testimony, those concerns of those larger conglomerates taking control of the caregiver and the medical program.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts. First and foremost, with these new draft regulations, we by no means are combining programs. We've been public since we were established in February 2019 that we fully expect to keep two programs running on parallel tracks, understanding the difference between consumers and patients. That's first and foremost. Secondly, it was a little bit confusing in earlier testimony about the residency requirement. While we no longer enforce the residency requirement on our adult use side of the house with counsel from the AG's office, that residency requirement still stands in the medical program. So that's still there. And I think the legislature, the 128th, did a nice job addressing a lot of the concerns that we hear today, level playing fields, allowing for these smaller operators to compete with the larger operators. And at the end of the day, that's why they lifted the cap on the dispensary model, so they can grow as many plants as they want. They're able to run a retail store. They can essentially match the scale of the larger operators. And it's interesting too, as far as being competitive. So if you were to think about a 5-member cooperative, if those 5 members registered for the max 30 plants, that registration price would actually be higher than our new proposed registration for the dispensary model, which again comes with those local control, those other transparency tools that come with the commercial operation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Did you have a follow-up, Senator? Or are you good?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Director Gunderson.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Hannah King. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazio, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Veteran and Legal Affairs. My name is Hannah King. I'm a partner at the law firm of Drug and Woodson, and I'm the founder of the firm's regulated substances practice. I'm here today on behalf of Maine Organic Therapy and Remedy Compassion, which are 2 of the 8 registered dispensaries in the state. And I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 353. I want to make a couple of points today. So the first point I want to make is that marijuana happens to be unique for a couple of reasons. And from a policy and regulatory perspective is not regulated like lobster and other agricultural commodities. And that is because it continues, whether you agree with it or not, it continues to be a controlled, a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substances Act. In addition to that, it's a psychoactive substance. The next point I wanted to make is that in 2018, the Health and Human Services Committee addressed many of the concerns you heard today from caregivers, saying we want opportunities to grow our businesses. And there were significant changes to the medical marijuana law in response to that. So for example, wholesaling opportunities were added to the law. So right now, the retailer who testified can wholesale. All 100% of that retailer's product, a caregiver retail store, can be wholesaled from licensed marijuana cultivators across the state. Caregivers can operate retail stores. They can get manufacturing licenses. And as Director Gunderson said, applications for dispensaries are going to become available in the spring of 2021. And dispensaries are vertically integrated operations similar to caregiverships, except there's no limit on the plant count and there's no limit on how many owners can operate a dispensary. And so to the extent caregivers want to grow their businesses, there are already legal options built into the law, policy decisions that were made in an earlier legislature by the HHS committee. In addition to that, because caregivers have been regulated under state law to be smaller, there are important public policy decisions that have flowed from that. So there's less regulation for caregivers. And in addition to that, towns, as Ms. DeFore testified, towns cannot prohibit or limit caregivers. The thinking around that was that because these businesses are small, because they have to be sole proprietors, because they can only have 30 plants, the land use impacts are going to be significantly less and don't require allowing towns to exercise discretion. And so if you are going to expand the scope of caregiver operations, we encourage you to also look at the other policy decisions that were made based on the limitations on size and ensure to address those so that towns continue to have discretion over what marijuana industry looks like in their communities and that public health and safety continues to be properly regulated. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. King. Any questions from members of the committee this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So next, that concludes the those speaking in opposition. So next we'll move to those speaking neither for nor against this bill and the people who registered in that way. So first we have Cam Harrinan. Let's see if we can find Cam in the waiting room. Okay, Corey Terrio, I believe, testified earlier. Okay, so that was a double. David Stevenson. We'll bring Dave Stevenson. Oops. So we have Dave Stevenson followed by Derek Short.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome. Yep, we can hear you, Dave.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, so I am a caregiver. My wife and I have been caregivers for the last 10 years.
Mr. Stevenson, I'm sorry, could you please state your name and where you're from for the record, please?
Yeah, sorry, my name is David Stevenson. I live in Durham, Maine. And like I was saying, I've been a caregiver for about 10 years, my wife and I. And I'm in support of this bill. Obviously, would like to see it in writing. But one thing I just would like to address is in the new OMP proposed rules, they were saying that caregivers couldn't share, an LLC. My wife and I have been, paying our taxes through Hazy Hill Farm LLC for the last 10 years. And it's my understanding that we would need to separate our businesses. I'd have to form another LLC, have separate payroll, have separate employees, which is a logistical nightmare, also financial nightmare. I don't think that's really fair. I support cooperatives. I think caregivers should be able to work together just like other farms in Maine. And yeah, that's about it. I believe that this would not really affect anything in a bad way. And I think that this would be supportive of local Maine farmers.
Great. Thank you,
That's
Mr.
it.
Stevenson.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, guys.
Any questions from the committees for Mr. Stevenson? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, next up we have Derek Short, and then we'll be followed by Jennifer Greensmith. So welcome, Mr. Short.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good. We can see you too. Yep.
All right. Good morning. Thank you to the Senate and House members of the VLA. I appreciate your time. My name is Derek Short. I'm a caregiver in Benton, Maine. I have an autistic child that uses this medicine. I take care of ex-military guys at no cost. I have one patient of mine is a Silver Star recipient and also has a Purple Heart. So as a community, for the most part, from the people that I've met in this community, they're very giving, and they take care of people that are in need, that have fought for our country, that may have cancer, and we give that either at a discount or sometimes free, depending on the situation. So we have that grassroots that everybody expects in Maine, and we look to people in the legislature to protect us from these out-of-state interests, these multi-billion-dollar companies. They may not be trying to combine us in the OMP, but I really feel like they're trying to drive us out or cut us back to a point where we can't compete. And having these, having this ability to team up with other members in our industry is going to help. I have a bachelor's degree in business management with a focus in economics. Now, in management, this makes sense. In economics, this makes sense. People are bragging about this CMP bringing in 1,500 jobs, but if we're not careful, you're going to lose 8,000 jobs. There's 3,500 caregivers and 4,500 employees. And in the 2-year budget you guys are trying to get passed, we're going to account for $500 million in revenue in these 2 years. And if we are able to combine forces, we're probably going to crush that number. And we really look to you guys to protect us from these out-of-state interests. They may be able to try to compete, but the quality that we put out compared to what they put out, they can't touch us. The only way they can touch us is to come out after us using our own government. We really look to you guys for protection against this. And this is one step closer if we can work together and try to make a better industry. We're the #1 cash crop in the state. And you guys can champion this cause and be on the winning side. And, I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Jennifer Greensmith, followed by Mark Barnett and William Ryan.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, welcome, Jennifer. Oh, we lost your video though.
Oh, let me try that again. Let's see here.
We had you for a second.
Oh,
There you are. Yep.
there we are. Is it not allowing me to do both? not sure if it's-
Yeah, we got you now. Oh, it's going
It
back
takes-
and forth.
Well, I'll just keep going then, even though I can't see you. My name is Jennifer Greensmith. I'm a small caregiver in Falmouth with a storefront soon to be in the Knightville area in South Portland for my company, Green Gnome Holistics. Thanks in advance for your time today. As I have not seen the language of this bill, it's hard to know how to respond, but I believe I'm in support. I started out in this industry 5 years ago as a single mom to 3 children, having just lost my 4th child shortly after his birth a year prior. I was in the process of escaping a horrific domestic violence situation that would take me almost a year and a half in court to get my abuser convicted, my children, and myself protected. During this time, while in and out of court every month, I was building my company. First from my home and then out of a small office in Portland where we operated for 3 years. I'm sharing this information today not for your pity, but to put into perspective how small businesses start out, how some small businesses start out. I didn't have funding or startup money. In fact, after a year and a half in court, gaining sole custody of my children and full ownership of my business, I found that I was over $80,000 in debt. This meant that in order to grow my company, because there was no funding available to me, I needed to constantly reinvest any money I might have had for a personal salary back into the business. The current restrictions and regulations on the medical industry far exceed what should be imposed upon any business owner, let alone a small business owner. Constant expensive changes are crippling, if not fully detrimental to businesses like mine, who work with other caregivers to provide quality product for patients and aren't the sole provider of product that we sell. To give you an idea of the amount of funds needed to open a storefront and deal with the local municipalities who seem to come up with their own rules, let alone the state, let me share with you my current situation. After being told that we were not considered to be a small caregiver by Portland in March of 2020, we were asked to leave. At the time, there was no way for us to become a storefront within the current municipality's rules because we saw more than 5 patients per month, a definition of small caregiver that they placed on us, not the state. So we were forced to move. To find a location within the current setbacks, it took 5 months from March until August to finally secure a new lease. Thinking that the fact that the location didn't need more than some new paint and flooring, we didn't think that obtaining the planning board's approval would be too much of an ask. Unfortunately, after working with the planning board since August, we have only just this month been added to the planning agenda on the 24th, with no real timeline as to when we can operate out of our location. That's over 7 months of renting a space that we can't use yet and spending over $40,000 in lawyer fees, rent, and professional services that the city required us to add to our application. $40,000, and we're no closer to opening than we were in August. Money that should have gone to feeding my family during a pandemic, helping to improve how we serve our patients, and continuing to grow our brand, instead has been offered up and seems lost in the ether, all but breaking my business and forcing us to almost stop functioning. Putting all of my eggs in this basket was my choice, and as sole business owner, and was really the only choice I had to move forward. Continuing to limit our ability to function like any other main business would mean that only large corporations, not the small business owners that built this industry thus far, would benefit from the industry going forward. Continuing to add such exorbitant costs at every level of the industry will not only affect caregivers, but will be putting the cost to the patient for product so that it's closer to that of recreational costs, forcing many low-income patients to go without medicine, real treatment for ailments that mean real quality of life. I've lived in Maine my entire life and I've fought tooth and nail.
And Jennifer, sorry to interrupt, but you've gone over the 3 minutes. If you can just wrap it up.
Sure, I'm just done. Thank you. I will continue to fight while I have breath. I'd like to think that my effort put forth over this last 5 years would eventually mean some security for my family and my company. Working with other small caregivers to provide quality product to serve my patients should be a given and is how any other industry works. Please consider passing this proposed bill, LD 353. Thank you again for your time.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Greensmith. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have Mark Barnett up next, and I believe we have 2 that I jumped over. So after Mark goes, we'll go back to Thomas Falby, who I believe is a call-in, and then William Chartier. So welcome, Mark.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, chairs, senators, and representatives of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to speak today. My name is Mark Barnett. I'm a resident of Auburn. I'm a medical caregiver. I also own a business in Portland, pursuing a retail license. And I'm the executive chairman of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. We're a diverse group of independent professionals and activists committed to defending and strengthening an authentic and responsible craft cannabis industry in Maine. For those of you who are new to this committee, I look forward to spending as much time as possible with you all. We, in general, I think, would echo a lot of the sentiments that the individuals who have dealt with some of the issues relevant to the collectives and relevant to multi-member partnerships. Again, we wanted to testify neither for nor against because we hadn't seen the language, and I think there are going to be a lot of policy implications to discuss for the specifics that have been proposed. However, the MCCA supports the ability of caregivers, as the medical statute explicitly says, to be organized as any type of legal business entity recognized under the laws of the state, both in letter and in principle. Others referred to the prohibition on collectives as being included to maybe perhaps block racketeering or for some other nefarious villains that were being opposed. We propose the simplest thing might actually be to approach this, just revise the statute to remove that prohibition rather than create a complex and complicated new rulemaking process, which we have seen, particularly with the Office of Marijuana Policy in the past year or two, can be a highly controversial and very difficult process. And that's part of what I actually want to speak to today in my testimony. All of the comments that you've heard earlier, I think, speak to the difficulties of succeeding in this industry. in the state. Big headline numbers look easy to say, oh, everyone's doing well. You have to divide those numbers by 3,000. This isn't the adult use industry where there are only, I don't know, maybe 20 stores that have licenses and 30 caregivers or 30 cultivation licenses. This is 3,000 people who are contributing to this large industry. It is broad-based. It is out in the rural districts. Thank you for the reminder. And I think that you need to consider that there's currently an effort to implement new rulemaking, which we steadfastly oppose and hope this legislature will also oppose, that would add enormous amount of cost and difficulty to operating, whether as a caregiver or as a dispensary. You heard from the director that they're going to be adding this easy solution to getting a dispensary license. The dispensary license process now looks exactly like an adult use license, which has taken them 1.5 years to issue 50. What are these 3,000 caregivers going to do while we wait for the department to figure that out?
Mr. Burnett,
I also would
your
like
3
to
minutes
add,
has concluded. So if you can
yes,
wrap it up in a couple of seconds, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did also need to call out just a point of order. An earlier speaker spoke as representing Maine Organic Therapy and Remedy. I did want to note that they actually represent a firm with a market capitalization of over $11 billion
Mr.
called
Barnett,
Curaleaf. Thank you.
Appreciate that, but I think we're done. Your time has expired. So, any questions from the committee? Representative McCray.
Thank you. My cat is squalling in the background, so I hope you don't hear that. Mr. Barnett, could you just tell me the name of your organization again? I'm trying to get them all in my head. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, it's a lot of, so I understand. The Maine Craft Cannabis Association.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Barnett, for your testimony. So, let's see, I don't see William Ryan. If we have Thomas Falby, I'm not sure if he's had an opportunity to speak yet, so we'll move him in. And then William Chartier, if you can raise your hand, I've got you entered in here a few times, so I just want to make sure we get the one that works properly. So we'll start with Thomas Falby. If you can hear us, I can't remember if you've jumped on or not, or my phone list is on a different side. Oh, I can hear you now.
Says I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yep. We've got you.
Oh,
Yep.
fantastic.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Thomas Falby. I'm from Scarborough, Maine. I am a medical marijuana caregiver. I've been part of the medical marijuana caregiving program since it started in 2010. And I want to give my testimony in support of allowing cooperatives. There's a great economist who works for the American Enterprise for Economic Research named Jeffrey Tucker. And he said 2 things that are imperative for a capitalist society to flourish are property rights that are protected by legal recourse and freedom of association. And freedom of association, you know, is allowing people to associate in whatever manner that they see fit to carry on their business, which I deem forming cooperatives as one of those freedoms. And so essentially, by inhibiting cooperatives, this freedom of association is being limited. And I mean, you know, when you look back on this 11-year history, you know, the caregivers have been hampered from the beginning. You know, we've had the thumb of big business on top of us from the beginning, and it's been in a fight and scratching and clawing our way to where we are now. And I think that, you know, allowing caregivers to proceed in a manner that's unhampered from a bureaucratic standpoint, is beneficial for everyone. And I think that cooperatives should be part of that. And that's about all I've got. I think it's a great thing, and allowing the freedom of association of the individuals in the state to continue their business as they see fit is a good thing as well. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Mr. Falby, and apologies I jumped over you earlier. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for calling in today. Next up, we have William Chartier. Welcome.
Welcome, good afternoon, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Hi, my name is Bill Chartier. I live in Casco. I own a cannabis business run out of Brunswick, Maine. I also run an edible company. I have run multiple companies in this state for a long time. I'm almost 50 years old. I gave up a very good job to pursue something of my passion. In my facility, it is me and a friend of mine. We split the whole building. We have to double everything. We have to double our employee card. So he's an employee of me. I'm an employee of him. Our employees are also both employees of each other. So all our costs to do the same work in this one building has to double, all because we can't have a partnership as one company, which means our advertisement costs, our merchandise costs, everything is doubled because legally we can't operate as one entity. And in the state of Maine, it's hard for small businesses, period. The cannabis business is a very tough industry because as soon as you add the word cannabis in front of anything you want to buy, the price quadruples, whether it's labor for something to get worked on or whether it's a piece of equipment that you have to buy for this industry. It's really ridiculous. I understand you guys have to watch over us and make sure everything's right, but I just think being able to work together legally as one unit will help so many of us small people out. I cashed in my life savings. I live on a month-to-month basis, keeping this business running to do what I love to help people in this community, to generate jobs in this community. And I'm still willing to do that. But I think if we were able to work as one group, as a partnership, it would make life easier. We wouldn't have the double banking costs. We wouldn't have the double cost of everything. I mean, that's the biggest thing that hurts all of us small businesses right now is we have to pay double on everything. And that's pretty much my point.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chartier. Thank you for coming in today. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Okay, that concludes the list of signups for today's testimony on LD 353. And so with that, I'll close the public hearing on LD 353. The next item on our agenda is LD 301. And LD 301 is an act regarding adult use marijuana. And the sponsor of this bill is Representative Joe Perry. So we'll bring in Representative Perry to present his bill.
Okay, have you guys got me?
There you are, yep.
Beautiful, thank you so much. Glad to be here with you today. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm pleased to be here to introduce LD 301, which is a concept draft. I've submitted testimony, I've submitted some language, some bullet points we were working on right up until Friday of last week. I've done a lot of work with the MCIA, that's the Maine Cannabis Industry Association, and with OMP, trying to offer recommendations and solutions for the challenges we face as this industry gets up and running, particularly the adult use. But I think you've all seen on the committee how already adult use is thriving here in the state. And that last hearing, I think you've heard the impact on the state and the opportunities that that come with it. Over the last 2 decades, we've been over backwards to try and accommodate and bolster the brewery industry here, microbrews here in the state of Maine, and as of late, the distillery industries, which are taking on a long-established business full of giants. And so I'm really envious of the opportunity you have as a committee to be in on the ground floor of something that could be so big and get this industry off to the right start and help keep it in the hands of Mainers versus the big guys. So I have, I'm going to go over the bullet points. Use, which I think are really pretty big deals, and then half a dozen bullet points on medical, which where that's an older program and more well established, I think is closer to housekeeping with some of the new initiatives that OMB is putting in, particularly track and trace. So let me walk through the bullet points and maybe give you an example or two. Percentage, and there's a deviation at the testing level, but there's not really a deviation at
Representative Perry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Representative Perry, I'm sorry to interrupt your testimony, but you're really spotty. I'm wondering if it would help if you just cut the video and go to audio.
Oh,
maybe that won't break up as much.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I said you're breaking up quite a bit for us, so I'm wondering if it would help if you just went to audio and shut your video off, so that way we won't break up as much.
That's probably a blessing for everyone. Okay, so let me keep going here. On the adult use, so on the testing, instead of having a percentage, 10 milligrams is the maximum dosage allowed, and you can't go over that. So that doesn't allow for any variance above 10 milligrams, which means the producers aren't even going to shoot for 10 milligrams, which means the consumer is getting shorted on that end. If we change the testing deviation to 1 milligram per serving for the producer and 1/2 milligram deviation for the testing, that should really go a long ways to helping the producers. I mean, we're talking about you're talking about 1 milligram, a thousandth of a gram, and when you're talking the current percentage, if something's a 2 or 3 milligram dose, it doesn't even allow for the testing deviation. So I think just a flat milligram measurement on the deviation would go a long ways towards helping the industry. But then this is, I think, really important. It allows for the transfer, and this is all made possible through the OMB's proposal of track and trace. If we could allow the transfer of, and pardon me, you can't see this, but I'm going through a bunch of papers here all at once. The transfer of product between different entities. So an example on that would be I'm a grower and I sell my marijuana to whoever my customers are, but I want a full line of Joe's products. Why? I mean, I feel like I should be able to send my product to a laboratory that could turn it into something else. It's all tracked as it goes to that laboratory, and then we tracked as it comes back to me. It'll come back to me so I can sell my product. I can have the value added. I can control my brand. So now instead of just selling my marijuana itself, I could sell whatever it is I hire them to produce. And the state would always know who's in possession of it, what happened to it, where it is, and where it goes. So I think track and trace really would allow someone to control their own brand and their own product lines that they might want to have. As we move on to medical, I think the trace could replace the third-party audit system. So I think that's something you might want to consider as being superfluous, and maybe it could be eliminated. Also on card verifications, apparently I visited my local recreational marijuana store here in Bangor, and I was amazed at the systems and the security and the protocol and the fact that the state can watch everything that goes in and everything that goes out in real time. Everyone was wearing badges identifying who they are. If we could streamline the badge process where everyone had one badge, allowed them to work within the industry, and they could report to OMP rather than having separate badges for everything. I think that would streamline things. Next bullet point is eliminating the requirement for peers to self-report other peers where people are keeping an eye potentially on other businesses. I can think of a lot of abuses that could occur, and once again, under track and trace, not sure that would be necessary. If I was a business owner and something happened to my product, it got spoiled, I would want to immediately report that to the state of Maine, because I would not want my inventories to be off. So I think there's going to be a lot of self-reporting of any problems, and the state could very quickly identify if anything was going on that shouldn't be. Representative Sapika would remember working very closely with me on the Bangor City Council as we took up all the marijuana policies on the city level before it was implemented at the state level. That was a lot of work. And I think things like, if the state was, and we could obviously be more restrictive than the state, but we couldn't be less restrictive. So if the state wanted to repeal some of the stuff on the building prohibitions and common entrances and such, I think the municipalities are certainly capable of determining if they want to be more restrictive or not. So I think that's also in the bill, and that ought to be considered. And allowing manufacturers to do a split. Now, I think this is interesting. If I'm a grower and I want to send my product to a manufacturer to make something else, a different product, be an edible or an oil or whatever derivatives they want to make from it, that I could split. I send whatever amount, they keep 25, 30%, whatever the deal, doing the work in payment, versus me, maybe as a small producer, sending my product over and having to come up with a lot of cash on top of it to pay for that service and have 100% returned to me. It's all under track and trace. I think that'd be very helpful to our smaller producers in the state. And this was an interesting twist of, as we go down the road and learning what works and what doesn't work. There's a 40-pound limit on manufacturing, but now one of the new things is fresh frozen, where the bud comes in while the water's still in it, and it's fresh frozen for use later. Well, that weighs many times more than the finished product. So there's really no need. And once again, under track and trace, there's no need for this 40-pound limit, especially if they're going to be freezing a product that's far heavier than the end use. So that just artificially reduces someone's ability to do their work. And then as we move on, there's some other stuff here. I won't go into the details a whole lot. That's right up your alley. Some of the definitions on vaping, what constitutes vaping. There's some stuff on taxation that you might not feel like you should handle. I'd be happy to take a look at it if you take it back over to tax, the committee I serve on. And let's take a look. I think I've covered just about everything that's in there, but I would be happy to try and answer any questions. There's going to be some knowledgeable people in the industry coming up after me, and I certainly look forward to working with the committee throughout this process. I'll have some more bills in front of you on different subject matters, and I have a bill on behalf of the department, but I really look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Perry, and sorry for the lag and the delay. Always good to see you, of course. Any questions for Representative Perry? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Representative, for introducing the bill. I will turn it back. Oh, sorry, Representative McCray.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm a little slow. Representative Perry, I haven't seen the bullet points or the language. Are we getting that?
Yes, I apologize. I think that had been distributed to the committee. Maybe your analyst has it. And I apologize if that is not the case.
Okay, we'll look for it. Thank you.
I know it's a lot harder to share stuff under these conditions, but
sure, we can ensure the bullet points get shared. I think there was some confusion over that over the weekend.
Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Representative Perry. Sorry, Chairman Chiazzo, I didn't mean to jump back in. I forgot. Do you want it? Okay.
No, sir. I was turning it over to you right afterwards anyway. So.
Okay. All right. So I don't see, there are no co-sponsors on this bill. So we will move to those who wish to testify in favor of this bill. And so we'll begin with, let's see. So first we will recognize Dawson Julia and then Joel Pepin. And I'm not, okay, there's Joel, great. Oh, actually,
Yeah, thank
Mr. Julia, can you hold on just a second?
Sure thing.
We've got a legislator here, so who'll go first, so.
Sure.
Looks. So we have Senator Miramont, and then we'll move to Dawson. Welcome, Senator. I didn't see you on the list or in the attendees room.
Thank you, Senator Jeannie. Yes, it was a last minute piece I thought I'd already inserted, but I did get it in just under the wire. And thank you for moving me up so I can get back to the Labor Committee. So I did submit it. I don't know if you got it already, but anyway, it says, good morning, and Representative Piazza to you too, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Senator Dave Miramont, representing Senate District 12, Knox County, except for the town of Washington. I support this bill and the efforts of our state medical marijuana program. These folks have made our program a model for other states as they recognize the benefits of medical marijuana. I've been studying the program for years after hearing how it was helping folks. That after years of doctors and hospitals prescribing harmful and ineffective drugs for conditions that were quickly resolved by medical marijuana treatment. As Senate Chair of the Maine Marijuana Policy Advisory Committee, I hear many stories of the success of both the treatment and professionalism of the business model, and I want to give them the tools to make it even better. And I didn't delve into it because I knew the following folks would do that, and I'm partly informed by them and the people using the program. I also have to say, as I've said to leadership, that at least the medical marijuana part and model seem to fit more with the Health and Human Services, but here we are as we transition out of a completely banned substance to recognizing the incredible benefits of it. And we'll try to keep informing you and everyone else about that as we can. And thanks for your consideration today, and I'll try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Miramont. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great, and now we will move over to Dawson Julia. Sorry about that, sir.
No problem, no problem. Thank you again. And thanks for having us today, Senator Lucchini and Speaker Chiazzo. I signed up for this testimony not in support or neither for or against because I didn't really know everything that was in the bill at the time. I know a little bit more because I've seen the bullet points now, and I've also just heard Representative Perry's explanations. And I kind of think that I don't know if I can support the bill because, to be honest with you, there's a lot of controversy about how this reporting system is supposed to work. And I was part of the bill that had the reporting system in it. I was one of the people that helped write that bill. And we fought long and hard to make sure that was the sales reporting system only. And anything that references track and trace or seed to sale is a very big concern for the small people in this industry. It's a very expensive system that would wipe out a lot of the 3,000 plus caregivers in Maine, or else they'd be completely out of compliance. And so that's a big concern of ours. And I do really like the part in the bill, though, that says you can get a percentage of your cannabis processed, and instead of paying with cash, you get a percentage of your product taken out for the payment. I think that's a really good, necessary thing that would help our program expand and do better for everyone. So I do like that idea, but outside of that, I don't support that this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Julia. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yep. And I know it is difficult to take positions when it's a concept draft if people, don't have a good idea of what's coming forward. So next up we have Joel Pepin. If you can hear us, you're up next, and then we'll go with, I think, William Chartier. So Joel, if you can hear us,
All right, can you guys hear me?
You're good.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Senator Lucchini, and esteemed members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Joel Pepin. I'm the president of the Maine Cannabis Industry Association. We're a trade association that represents both medical and adult use businesses in the state of Maine. And thank you to Representative Perry for working on this concept draft with us. So here to speak in support of LD 301. Really what we're trying to do here, starting with the adult use bullet points, is to sort of improve some of the operational issues that have become apparent now that the adult use program has launched. It's a brand new industry that started out, the adult use, and I think like any industry that's birthed really from nothing, it's hard to get every piece of legislation 100% correct the first time around. So speaking to testing deviation, Representative Perry echoed the concerns very well. But what we're proposing here is to move away from a percentage deviation. I believe in statute, you can't test over what you say, even if it's for 1 milligram or a half a milligram. So we're looking to get away from the percentage deviation for the operator. And we're looking to be able to allow 1 milligram in either way, which I would like to clarify is 1/1000th of a gram. And then also to keep the laboratory deviation at 1.5 grams. Happy to answer any additional questions about that or any of my testimony after this. And then the point number 2 under the adult use topic here is the authorized transfer between 2 licensees. Really what we're trying to capture here is for cultivators to be able to do business in the way on the adult use side, like many of them are have experience and are used to doing on the medical side. I'm sitting here at SGR Labs. We're a manufacturing license on the adult use side, and we've been unable to process for certain adult use cultivation businesses because we don't have the bandwidth or the space to package for every single company that wants to toll process with us. And some cultivators do not have a manufacturing license set up. The other option in this scenario would be for a cultivation licensee to apply for a manufacturing license at their cultivation facility, which comes at quite a significant cost, $5,000, just to apply for the manufacturing license and all the time associated with it. So on the medical side, we want to streamline the card carrying. Mainly, if you're an assistant on the medical side, you have to. It's specific to each caregiver you work for. So we're looking to sort of streamline it with the adult use side, with basically the IIC card. And I see I'm up against my time here. But again, any other questions about this, I'm happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pepin. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
William Chartier. And after William, we will go to those wishing to speak in opposition, which would be Evan Patierno, who I don't see on the list, followed by Hannah King, Jennifer Bergeron, and Kate Dufour. So actually, I don't know if William's with us now. Actually, he wasn't signed up on this bill. So we will move to the next level, which would be those wishing to speak against. And we will go with Hannah King, Jennifer Bergeron, and Kate Dufour.
Good morning again. My name is Hannah King. I am here on behalf of Maine Organic Therapy, Remedy Compassion, and Curaleaf Maine. We are opposing LD 301 primarily because it is purporting to make significant changes to both the medical and the adult use program. And particularly with the adult use program, it's in its infancy. The MLI committee spent over 2 years making thoughtful policy decisions about that program. And it's been less than 6 months since licenses were issued and the program's operational. We don't think it's appropriate to make major changes at this time. And one of those policy decisions was that unlike medical, which is vertically integrated, so licensed registrants manufacture, cultivate, and can sell, the MLI committee decided that cultivators, manufacturers, and retailers would be separate licenses with separate authorized conduct. And based on that decision, municipalities have been making decisions about what they want in their community. And one of the things that this bill is asking is to expand. In order for manufactured products to go down to cultivators, there would need to be an expansion of what the cultivators are actually allowed to do to include conduct that's currently only authorized for manufacturing license holders. And so that's problematic for municipalities who have been making these decisions for the past 2 years now based on what the authorized conduct that's listed in. And in addition to that, we do think that it's going to make it difficult to police conduct that would continue to be a violation of the law. There's no, this bill is not going to change the fact that manufacturers are not going to be allowed to manufacture product. And it will be difficult for Office of Marijuana Policy to make a determination if they're in possession of product as to whether or not they either got it from a licensed manufacturer or produced it or enhanced it themselves. And so we just discourage you from making any changes, particularly changes that could create unintended loopholes. Third, it's unnecessary. As Mr. Pepin mentioned, right now, as the law is written, a cultivator can apply for a manufacturing license to manufacture at their cultivation facility. That license is $2,500, not $5,000. Or they can contract to white label with a manufacturing facility. The one other point I wanted to mention was the bullet point that says streamlining or creating one card for the medical program. Our biggest concern with this is that right now, one of the biggest areas of abuse on the prohibition of collectives is caregivers registering to work for each other. So you have these large warehouses with multiple caregivers and they're all registered. The way Office of Marijuana Policy knows this is happening and can potentially take enforcement is that caregiver employees are required to register with the caregiver they're working for. If you remove that, if you take that transparency away, then they don't have the ability to do that, and it's just going to be subject to additional abuse. So I thank you for your time, and you'll see me again one more time today, probably.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Jennifer Bergeron and followed by Kate Dufour.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Lucchini and members of the VLA committee. I'm once again Jennifer Bergeron. I'm on the board of the Maine Cannabis Coalition and also a caregiver in the town of Waterville, Maine, living in Winslow, Maine. I'm opposed mostly to this particular act regarding adult use marijuana because we are opposed to having medical and adult use commingled, and yet here in this act they're mentioning changes to the medical program. It's just showing that people treat them the same, and we need to defend medical as its own entity. So I'm opposed because in the medical portion, they use the term track and trace, and in medical, it's sales reporting only, or that's what we have come to the conclusion that caregivers are supposed to only report sales, not track and trace. Also, the third point under medical is the repealing of the same building prohibition, and that prohibition, I don't necessarily have an issue with medical and adult use having cultivation in the same building, although there could be issues I haven't thought of with that, but for sure I have an issue with medical and adult use commingling in the same building for retail, because that's just one step closer to combining the programs. And anyone in medical has been fighting this for years. And as much as OMP might say they're out to protect the medical program. That has not been our experience when it comes to writing any of the rules or anything that they seem to defend or speak against. So it seems as though we need to protect that ourselves, because it's not going to get protected for us from OMP. So that's why I'm against this. I'm not necessarily, as I said, opposed to making changes in the adult use marijuana program. I may actually on my own be interested in entering into the adult use, but so far I haven't. And I find that medical needs to be protected. Patients are more important than profits. And we really need to keep that in mind, and that the medical program and the adult use program should not be in any of these bills put in together. If they want to do something with medical or adult use, they need to be separate. And I see my time is up.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. Any questions from the committee this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Kate Dufour from Maine Municipal.
Sorry, my apologies. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kate Dufour, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in opposition to LD 301. And our opposition is on the basis of the fact that we have not reviewed the bill, and it's impossible to say what this may or may not do to us. It's a preemption of home rule authority, then that's a big no from us. But if the legislature wants to share some of this revenue with municipalities, we're all on board, but basically looking for an opportunity to opine on the merits of the bill once it's fully developed. So I thank you for your time and consideration.
Great, thank you, Ms. Dufour, and we'll try to get the bullet points so that everybody can see them as well, but obviously it's still not a developed legislation. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, next up, we're going to go to those who registered to testify neither for nor against. Neither for nor against. And we're going to begin with Catherine Lewis, followed up by Derek Short. And Eric Gunderson.
I lost you all.
Oh, we can see and hear you though, for some reason.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Too many clicks.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, distinguished committee members. My name is Catherine Lewis. I am the board chair for Medical Marijuana Caregivers of Maine Trade Association. And we have been defending the medical program and helping the state to expand the medical program for the past 11 years. I'm stating that we are neither for nor against LD 301, as we did not get to read the language, and we found that sneaky things happen that we don't always think about the bigger effects. So we're officially neither for nor against. However, I'm hearing a little bit more, and we are against adding the trace and track to the medical program as it is. Not that we're against tracking what we do, but what we agreed to from all the negotiations over the years. We have not come out with that in the actual program that we're using. We also have many businesses that would like to be able to offer adult use products. However, the way that this needs to be done is expanding the medical, not eliminating or merging the two programs. It's more important to protect the medical side and the patient's access than providing for adult use. That being said, it doesn't make sense to have multiple buildings all over the place. If I, as a caregiver, want to enter into the medical, to the adult use program, we should be able to without having to build a new building. There's got to be careful consideration in the way that that would be implemented, and I'm not sure that we're there yet. as disappointing as that may be for many of the caregivers. I think that's pretty much all I have to say on that, because we didn't get to review the language, so I have not been able to go down through the other bullet points that this bill addresses. So I can't speak on them.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Any questions from the committee this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Derek Short, followed by Eric Gunderson and Mark Barnett.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we got you now. Yep.
All right. Hi, my name is Derek Short. I'm a board member of the Maine Cannabis Coalition. I'm a caregiver in Benton. I'm gonna have to say I oppose this bill. Any attempt to combine the medical program and the recreational program at all, I'm gonna have to say I'm against that. I'm also against any language that says seed to sale. That's not in our laws. Like Dawson and Catherine said, we worked hard to get it to the point where we will show what we're doing, and not put an undue expense, the software, the exorbitant costs to keep that program, and hire people just as a bookkeeper to do the seed to sale is a price that a lot of people can't incur. It's going to drastically cut the supply that we have because the caregivers simply aren't going to be able to do it. If we want to continue to compete with these out-of-state corporations, we need to have that separation between the medical and the adult use. And it's important to understand that if the medical program goes away and you do have a family member that needs medical marijuana, you're not going to be able to go to a recreational store and have a specific medicine made up for that person. They won't curtail to what a sick person needs. It's going to be whatever's under the glass. That's what you can buy. Have a good day. So the people that care and want to take care of these patients that need the medicine are going to be gone. Much like other states, they got regulated out. These big companies used our government to shut down these medical companies in other states. And now that they've killed medical and recreational program, they're trying to lure everybody back into the industry with less regulation. So instead of going down that road like everybody else, I suggest that Maine stays the way it is, with as little restriction as possible and regulation, so that we can compete. The more regulation we get on us, it's directly proportional to the vigor of the black market. So we definitely want to keep those two things separate. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Eric Gunderson, followed by Mark Barnett, and followed by Sam Pfeffel.
Hi again.
Welcome.
Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the VLA committee. I'm Eric Gunderson, Director of the Office of Marijuana Policy, and I'm before you today to provide testimony on behalf of our office for LD 301, testifying neither for nor against. Generally, OMP is supportive of measures that improve the efficiency of our programs that do not come at the expense of patient or consumer safety. When OMP began our work updating the medical rules, we spent a lot of time trying to provide each program registrant with one registry identification card, similar to the individual identification cards in our adult use program. At the end of the day, we felt certain requirements in the medical program statute prohibited OMP from doing so. We're supportive of the one card registrant concept, and we're happy to work with the bill sponsor and stakeholders to get appropriate language, with also the transparency piece of appropriate reporting. Next, OMP understands the proponent's concerns with the requirement to report suspected illegal activity. While we expect registrants to appropriately report to us any loss of harvested marijuana by theft, fire, natural disaster, whatever, the language in the section can be rewritten to address the public health and safety concerns raised by such events without requiring registrants to take an affirmative action on the mere suspicion of misconduct. OMP is supportive of the proponent's request to eliminate the prohibition of use of a shared building for both adult use and medical retail stores. OMP planned to address this in a department bill this session. Because the compliance requirements for each program are significantly different, it's critical that medical and adult use sales not be conducted in the same storefront at this time, but OMP has no objections to sales in the same building, such as a strip mall, provided that adult use and medical inventory not be commingled and each storefront serves its specific population. Our office does not object to the proponent's call to allow for slightly more variability in the dosing of edible marijuana to ensure appropriate labeling. However, we would want to partner with the proponent, sponsor, stakeholders, and the Maine CDC to ensure the variance achieves the desired results, but appropriately serves its purpose of public health protections. Finally, OMP would be supportive of eliminating the annual audit provision of the medical program. That step should not be taken, however, until the state's inventory tracking system has been fully implemented across the medical program. It's OMP's expectations that the inventory tracking system will be up and running the medical program starting later this year, but would not be in support of removing the audit requirement until it's fully implemented in case we need to use that tool. Done. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Gunderson. Any questions from the committee at this time?
And if I could just add one thing, there were additional bullet points that we weren't made aware of until very late that are not reflected in my testimony, but we can have that conversation during work session if that's okay.
Great. Thank you, Director. I think that's a lot of people will be happy to see the language of this before commenting. That's the difficulty with concept drafts in general. Seeing no questions, thank you, Director, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Barnett, followed by Sam Feifel.
Good afternoon. Once again, Mark Barnett. I'm a resident of Auburn. I have a store in Portland, and I am the executive chairman of Maine Craft Cannabis Association. Similar to the previous few presenters, I like certain components of what's proposed as far as I understand it, at least. In this bill, I think it's going to be difficult without the final language, so I won't beat a dead horse on that one. But I did want to speak a little bit to a couple of the pieces that we did support, and specifically because I think that they will conceptually come up in some other bills before this committee. One would be relaxing testing standards. We think that, frankly, this piece doesn't go far enough. Mandatory marijuana testing is what I would call a bizarre aberration of consumer protection policy, with no real standards, meaningful use of most of the data, not all, an exorbitant cost and supply chain disruption. And I want to note for the committee that the adult use program doesn't really test for pesticides, heavy metals, or solvents yet, which are the things that, for example, as medical cultivators, we'd be actually concerned about from a public health perspective. Testing should be randomized, driven by actionable data, conducted by the state, left off packaging and labeling, except where the market demands it. There's no health data nationally to suggest these testing practices and standards are driven by science or public health. However, we do support also the elimination of the caregiver audit and any language that would require reporting on what is a civil matter, which would be a violation of Maine's medical marijuana program. It's not a criminal matter. However, I don't believe that track and trace is a required answer for that at all. We don't support track and trace. It's not actually mandatory in the statute. So we'll be looking forward to having that conversation again around the rulemaking that's taking place, which I encourage all of you to pay a lot of attention to, because that is the most important piece in this ecosystem that's currently happening as far as regulation of this industry. And all of these bills do interact with certain things that are going on there. And again, we'll be very happy to spend some time with any committee members to talk about that context. We support, I think, the general arbitrary separation of co-location of businesses. Thank you, Chairman. Because again, I think, as the director alluded to, it's not necessarily a mix of policy regimes if they're just in the same building. The weight limit, it makes sense. Some of the arguments that you heard, we think there should be a fix for 280E in adult use law for state taxes. But one of the things I think we want to comment on just real briefly is that this bill touches on a lot of different committees, which cannabis does in general. And we as an organization did also want to lodge a formal objection that all medical bills are being referenced to VLA. No disrespect at all to this committee. We just think that the Health and Human Services Committee was the more appropriate location for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Sam Feifel, Scott Willett, who I'm not seeing in the list at the moment, and Susan Meehan. So Sam, when you're ready, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and all of the members of the committee for allowing me to testify today. My name is Sam Feifel. I live in Gray, and I'm the editor of a magazine called Beer and Weed. We cover the craft brewing and craft cannabis market here in the state of Maine. I don't support or oppose. Obviously, I didn't see the language of the bill as well, just saw the title. But listening to the testimony that you've seen and heard from today, as someone who oversees the market, reports on the market, I've been into many dispensaries and adult use establishments. I've been into many breweries throughout the state. One of the things that we were excited about as publishers was to take advantage of the opportunity that adult rec offers to the state of Maine. And I would encourage, as you look at this law and other laws that come before you, that we do as much as possible to keep medical and adult use separate and clear. I think there is, even myself who has undertaken it to study this industry, there's often confusion as to what the rules are in one area versus another. And I think if we really do want to see an explosion of this industry and, real benefits from the adult use industry in terms of tax revenue and jobs and just, generally tourism and, everything we've seen in craft brewing can come into adult rec cannabis, but only if people understand what they're shopping for, how they're shopping, what the difference is. I think that is something that, as the canna curious come into the marketplace, they want to understand what they're consuming. Is this medicine, or is this something that I'm supposed to enjoy while I go for a hike or canoe? And I think that when bills conflate those two marketplaces, it does a disservice to those people. They don't want to, pretend, they don't want to lie, they don't want to go get a medical card when they don't need a medical card. They just want to go to the store and get a pre-rolled the same way that they go to a store and get a 4-pack. It shouldn't be navigating what the rules are. Am I breaking the law? Am I going to the right place? People want to have clarity over what it is that they're doing. And then we, get a marketplace that can grow above board. People who consume cannabis for medical reasons do it for a very different reason than those people who do it for enjoyment. And they should have the ability to understand what this establishment is that they're going into, what the rules are, and how they can go about consuming it for enjoyment without breaking any sort of law or worrying about am I being a scofflaw or something. So I appreciate the time before you, and I also commend you guys for having the patience to hear so much testimony today. It's been a learning experience for me, and I hope for you as well. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Feifel, for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for dialing in today. Okay, I don't see Scott Willett on here, but I do see Susan Meehan, so welcome, Susan. So we just need to unmute your mic. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you for hosting this hearing. Susan Meehan from Sweden, Maine again. I support LD 301 in concept, allowing sales of recreational and adult use in the same facility as many states such as Nevada allow seems to be reasonable. I'd like to see the language, however. I also caution that the medical program does not have seed to sale tracking by statute, and any attempt to authorize or place it in statute is not supported by our caregivers, patients, nor the Cannabis Coalition. There are marked differences in the two programs, like Eric Gunderson stated, and we support these differences as acceptable and encouraged. These two programs serve far different audiences. In many states, it is simply a matter of which button one presses. If a patient has a card, the sale is processed through medical sales and accounted to this program with appropriate taxes. If a person is not a patient, the sale is subject to the higher tax rates and attributed to the recreational market. It's a simple button on the point of sale system. In Nevada, there are also separate inventories. Medical patients who go into a dispensary have more broad ranges of doses and variety available to them, and it seems to work fairly well. So I'm basically in support of this as a concept. I would like to review the language and we'll submit written testimony. Any questions?
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. So no, I do not see Scott Willett. We have Mike Saxel and Dennis Meehan up next. And, oops. Okay, so while we bring them in, and Jared Bornstein. Yep, we can see you. Welcome.
Chairman Lucchini, Chairman Cayazzo, members of the esteemed Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Mike Saxel. I am the managing principal of an outfit called Main Street Solutions, and I am outside counsel to the Maine Cannabis Industry Association, who worked with Representative Perry and the Office of Marijuana Policy to put together today's legislation. My apologies for not getting the bullet points out to people in the correct format. I am a rookie at this new format, and this is my first time. So there were a couple statements that I thought would be very helpful to address. The first is, this is not an effort in any way to combine the adult use and the medical marketplace. We value as an association that they are separate entities, and anything that is in here that folks have inferred from that we're trying to unify these markets is incorrect. And so we would love to work with the committee to make sure that they remain distinct, vibrant entities and that they're serving their designated populations. The second thing that is important to address is the way seed to sale tracking system could be used as a alternative to a third-party audit. It's not up to us at the Maine Cannabis Industry Association whether there will be seed to sale tracking systems in the medical marketplace. That is relegated to the Office of Marijuana Policy, and they have obviously moved forward on that in their rulemaking. If there is one and it is adopted, we think it would serve very well as a way to provide third-party audits, so that an audit system that's currently required but has no real definition does not seem like a good way to make sure that there's no diversion in the medical market. So that's why we suggested that as an entity. Moving down a little bit, and we agree with all of Mr. Gunderson's comments in terms of his concerns and the timing and the application of how these matters would come into play. We do not want to do away with third-party audit until there is an alternative, and we want to maintain third-party audits in all authority for the Office of Marijuana Policy, so there's a transparent, regulated marketplace. And I think there are only two more things that I think nobody has touched upon. One is to create a third tier in the medical manufacturing marketplace so that we can allow for more than 40 pounds. And I think I've hit it all. I'm happy to answer questions since I drafted up this mysterious document.
Thank you, Mr. Saxel. And I think we're going to send the bullet points that came our way to the committee and the IP list. So Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Speaker, good to see you again.
Good to be seen, Mr. Tuttle.
Yeah, no, were you ever a member of this committee, Mr. Speaker?
I was not, but I would be
too
happy
bad.
when it's legal to provide goodies.
All right, well, I guess I struck out again, right, Chris? Yeah. Good to see you. Good to see you, Mr. Speaker.
Good to see you too, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, next up, we have Dennis Meehan, followed by Jared Bornstein. Okay, we've got, oh, there you are. Great. We've got you twice for some reason. Welcome, Dennis.
Sure, I was either on with the phone or.
Oh, we can see you.
Okay, thanks. My name is Dennis Meehan. I live in Dresden.
Mr. Meehan, we can see your screen, but we don't see you in it, just so you know.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out which one was working there. Can you see me now?
Yep, we got you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your time. I have a lot of things to be grateful for. My family started a cannabis business years ago called Nature Summit. We began as Summit Medical Marijuana. It's been a very, very complicated and trying process for our entire family. We have dealt with discrimination of all different types at the town level, at the state level, discrimination against from neighbors, you know. Just a constant wave of blessings through it all. We have witnessed this incredible growth within our community. People that have been in situations without hope at their lowest point in lives have been offered incredible healing and an uplifting sense of being that they've never had before, a new awareness, full of hope and beautiful things. You see, when you are in a place without hope and you've found it through nature, typically after suffering with pharmaceuticals and what that brings to your life for years, you see that level of relief for a community. It's astounding. From my point of view, I am so very, very grateful for all of these things and what we currently have. However, we need to repair all of it. We need to eliminate the Office of Marijuana Policy because Mainers have nobody in that program that represents us. There are no caregivers. There are no patients. This is not a program that was designed to represent the people. And we need our senators and our representatives to stand up for us. Now,
Okay, I don't know if it's just me, but I think, oh, we may have lost Mr. Meehan. Okay, it appears that we've lost him.
I'm still here.
You are. Okay, great. And if Mr. Meehan, if you can keep your comments to the content of the bill, that would be great. And Mr. Meehan, you've got,
yes.
Yep, you've got 30 seconds. Please comment on the bill, please.
Yes. I support the growth of our community and all of the bills that are being put through. We need an organization that supports us, not the economics of the situation, but our families.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meehan, for your testimony. I think we're having some audio issues, but thanks for coming in today.
Thanks.
Okay, next up we have Jared Bornstein.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee members. I'm here today again representing the Maine Cannabis Coalition, which we are testifying in opposition to LD 301, an act regarding adult use marijuana. We see positives and negatives in the proposed language for this bill. We appreciate removing the legal requirement of reporting on peers and replacing it with the legal requirement to self-report. We're also very much in favor of making tolling a legal process. Tolling will allow small businesses that do not have the capital to pay up front for processing of their product to have access to processing for their patient's medicine. This is an aspect of the bill that promotes the ability of small business cultivators to operate in the current market. We have reservations about the language referring to seed to sale tracking as it relates to small business caregivers in this bill. Seed to sale is not only bad for Maine's small businesses, it is in a rule that has not been implemented yet. And while we recognize that this rule may be implemented, it has yet to be. A legislative requirement to use seed to sale to serve as third-party audit will create a conflict if it is taken out of the rule or if a moratorium is placed on the rule. We also do not support medical and adult use stores being in the same building. These industries are separate and should remain separate. This commingling is akin to having a bar and a pharmacy in the same building. It just wouldn't fly. These industries serve different people for different reasons. As programs, they need to be kept separate legislatively and physically in order to maintain patients' access to medical cannabis at affordable prices. While we see benefits and consequences in this bill, the consequences of seed to sale tracking on Maine small businesses caused us to oppose this bill. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. That concludes the people who have signed up for this bill. The ones who weren't available still are not in the attendees list. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 301. Okay, so the last bill on our docket today is LD 421. We've got about 40 people signed up on that one. So before we start that bill, I think the committee will take a quick 20-minute lunch break or so and, get something to eat. And then if you're still eating when we reconvene, of course, you can just keep your camera off and listen in as well. So, the committee will be at recess until roughly 1:25. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started in just a couple of minutes. We'll bring in the bill sponsor now, and then we'll take a couple minutes before we get started.
Hello?
Representative Collins, we can see you. We're going to get started in a couple minutes. I just brought you in so you can be ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hit your sound button, Ben, just to make sure we don't pick up any background noise at the moment. I got you. Yeah, we'll turn it back on in a minute. Hello? Okay, it's 1:30, so we'll be ready to reconvene the committee. Before we get started, just a couple of housekeeping points for future notice. So obviously, when we send out the public notice for bills, on that notice, it states that in order to be guaranteed a chance to testify in person, you should submit your testimony 30 minutes before the start of the meeting. Being one of the first days, a number of people have tried to join in midway through. The chairs do have the discretion to allow testimony as we go midway through. However, moving ahead, we can't guarantee that this is going to happen, particularly on longer bills and ones where we do purposely keep testimony in order of in favor, against, and neither for nor against, that way it doesn't turn the hearing into a debate. So while we've exercised discretion today, in the future, as stated on the notice, if you want to sign up to testify in person, you should submit that online more than at least 30 minutes before the start of the hearing. And written testimony and signing up to speak is to be done online through the legislature's website. Our clerk is very busy running the behind the scenes parts of running a virtual meeting. So we're not able to take lots of phone calls mid-meeting by people trying to submit testimony by email or sign up to testify by calling our office. So everything should be done through the legislature's website. And I think it's a learning process for everybody to get used to this new system. So the House Chairman and I have given a lot of discretion today on that. And but as we keep moving through the session, in order to run things smoothly, that's something that we'll be looking at. So next up on our agenda, we have, let's see, LD 421, an act to increase the number of plants a medical marijuana caregiver may cultivate. And the sponsor of that bill is here with us. Representative Collins, welcome. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Senator?
You're good, yeah.
Okay, I have a puppy and some kids in the background, so I put headphones on to kind of be more clear. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Representative Benjamin Collings. I represent House District 42, which is a part of the city of Portland. Of course, I remind everyone I'm proud to be from Fort Kent, though. I'm going to be very succinct. I know you've had a long day, and I believe there are many people very motivated to speak on in support of LD 421. By the way, many people ask me why it's LD 421. I have no say in what LD numbers are chosen. So people ask all types of funny questions, but again, that's something out of my control. So very simply, why am I putting this this bill forward? Well, I believe that the legislature, the government of the state of Maine needs to be fair and reasonable for people conducting business in the state. And I believe that what this bill does goes to good lengths to make sure that happens. And it does two key things. Number one, it helps caregivers in the medicinal marijuana business compete and be successful and adapt to a changing and booming industry. And it also brings in much needed revenue to the state. So helping local small businesses prosper while bringing in more revenue for the state, I think are goals that we all support as legislators. So for me, it's that simple. So what this bill does to move that that goal forward is it allows the current number of plants caregivers can have basically increases it from 30 to 60. And then also, it wasn't in the original bill, I forgot to put it, but one of the, I believe your committee analyst, Sam, should have sent you all the amended language that basically also increase the canopy square footage. Because of course, if you're going to increase the amount of plants, you should, obviously need to create more space to do that. So that's what the language reflects in the, if you haven't seen it yet, it was emailed to you earlier this morning. So basically it's that simple. All the bill does is it increases a number from 30 to 60 plants, and it increases the canopy up to 1,500 square feet. And basically the real impetus behind this is that it's adapting with the market, what's happening in Maine. The reality that surrounds us is that the demand is far outpacing what everyone ever imagined. In, I believe, 2019, they didn't believe that the numbers would be this great, but I believe there was in the 12-month period that they recorded in sales, including from caregivers and medicinal dispensaries, there was over $110 million in sales, and the caregivers made up about 76% of that. In 2020, I haven't seen the full year, but from January to October 2020, the sales even more than doubled to over 225 million. And if we're to, as a legislature, make this increase and the governor signs this and it becomes law, we could see that this industry could, if the numbers continue on their projection, that every year we could get to, $500 million. So in a 2-year period, this could be $1 billion. And if you look at not just that's a direct revenue from the caregivers and people in the medicinal industry, but you have to realize the economic spinoff. So, when this started becoming a phenomenon in this country with medicinal and recreational in Colorado, then it grew all over the country. There are a lot of studies that showed that the real economic impact was more than double what you saw from the industry itself. So if there was like $1 billion originally in Colorado, the real economic impact for the state would be about 2.4 billion. So the economic impact is huge. What the caregivers have done, it surpassed the biggest crop, which used to be potatoes, which, I grew up picking potatoes in Aroostook County. I'm glad it's still thriving, but this business has surpassed that. It's on track to, if we increase and let them continue to help our economy, it's going to surpass the lobster industry. It's not going to get anywhere as close to what you see from like the tourism industry, but this has a great impact. You're going to see this just create so many more jobs, give tens of millions of dollars and more revenue to the state. There's so much support in the legislature. There's so much support from around the state. This is something that's good for the Maine economy, good for local businesses. And when you have a chance to do that, I'm just proud to be a part of this legislation. I'm not an expert in this industry. I'll do my best to answer any technical questions, revenue questions. Obviously, there are people that work in this industry every day that would be much more articulate to hit those points, but I'm happy to answer any questions at all possible now. And with the long list of people waiting to testify, happy to talk to anyone after offline, and of course, answer more questions in the work session. So thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Caiazzo, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Representative Collings. Representative Wood. You're muted, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Collins, I had a math question on your amendment or the addition of changing the square footage for the canopy. If it's currently 30 plants is 500 square feet, I believe, and you're taking it to 60 plants, then I would think the canopy would go to 1,000 square feet. So I'm just trying to understand if there's a particular reason that it's going up to 1,500 square feet.
Yes, thank you, Representative Wood. I will just very quickly say that when people in this industry first talked to me about this, and we're talking about the growth in this industry and what would be appropriate to help them continue to keep up with the demand, they said that 1,500 square feet would really allow them the space to work in. I'm sure if you went somewhere between 1,000 to 1,500 square feet, they can make it work. But I think people after me will be able to answer that much more specifically than me. And the one last thing I wanted to say, which I didn't say before, is that I think you're going to hear other people stress this, is that with this demand that they're having a hard time to keep up with, as you can see, the sales just skyrocketing the past 2 years, more than doubling. If they can't increase, what's going to happen is there's going to be a huge increase in the black market, which we all don't want to see happen. And there'll be several examples of that. So that's where a lot of this conversation first started. And Representative Wood and members of the committee, others after me will be able to expand on what I said about the square footage and give you real technical reasons why it should be X amount of square feet.
And if I could just do a follow-up, and
Sure.
Probably you can't answer this, Representative Collins, but somebody else. If we didn't change the number of plants, would people still want to increase the 500 square feet to give more space for 30 plants? I'm just trying to understand the relationship and what needs to be changed.
Yeah, I would defer to others in the industry, because I'm not in this industry. I'm not even a patient. I just think this is the huge opportunity for the state economically and for small businesses. So I unfortunately can't provide that technical expertise. I wish I could, but I'll learn along with you through this process. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Collings? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for presenting your bill.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Great. So it looks like we have a co-sponsor. If Representative Collmore is there. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazza. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. And distinguished members of the VLA committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak as a co-sponsor on this bill. I apologize if I mess up with some of the normal way to testify, as this is my first time doing that.
Oh, you're all set. You're good.
Okay. The reason that I chose to co-sponsor this bill is because the industry for medical marijuana is growing, and I wanted to ensure that the producers are able to meet the demand that's being asked of them. And as our sponsor said for this bill, to ensure that we don't have an increase in the black market. And that's really all I have to say on this.
Great. Thank you, Representative Collmore. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other co-sponsors or legislators, we'll move to the public hearing portion of the agenda. And again, just as a reminder for members of the public, when you're called upon, please state your name, your residence, and the organization you represent, if any. That'll be helpful for everybody. Only remarks on the legislation before us are considered in order. Remarks straying from the content of the bill will be considered out of order. And just a reminder that the testimony is limited to 3 minutes, so please tailor your remarks accordingly. At 3 minutes, I'll jump in and then we'll give you just a couple seconds to wrap up, but we're gonna try to stick to the 3 minutes. Okay, so to start, we have Asher Putnam, followed up by Alicia Melnick, Corey Terrio, and Catherine Lewis. Welcome, Asher.
Hello. Thank you all for your service to our state and for putting up with all the details of all this. I know it's quite confusing and overwhelming at times. My name is Asher Putterman. I'm a patient, caregiver, and farmer. In addition to our caregiver business, my wife and I have a commercial cut flower farm in the Mid-Coast. I wish to testify in favor of LD 421, an act to increase plant count. As a farmer in Maine, I know it is much easier to keep plants healthier the smaller and younger they are. When working in a limited plant count, it forces a need for plants to be larger and older before being flowered to achieve a reasonable harvest. This increases chances for diseases like mold and mildew to take hold, and also decreases the plant's natural defenses and immune system, as they are forced to spend more of their life than they normally would in a vegetative growth cycle. This is all to meet the quantities we need to keep our businesses afloat. This increases the opportunities for them to develop nutrient deficiencies or be subject to pest pressure, both of which can damage the plant's immune systems, allowing more disease pressure. Older plants, just like older people, are more likely to have a weakened immune system. Also, it is challenging from a breeding and genetics perspective. In order to be able to breed plants, one must be able to assess a genetic pool by first flowering a large amount of the offspring to see general trends within the differing chemotypes or expressions of the combined parents. Our ability to develop our selections of strains by breeding them into healthier plants adapted to Maine's challenging environment is hamstringed by our plant count requirements. This negatively impacts a business's ability to take a plant that may have a wonderful medicinal application but is disease prone, and develop it, as plant breeders often do, into a more disease resistant plant that still has the wonderful medical qualities. Increasing plant count will help us to develop our businesses and offerings to better serve the medical marketplace's needs, while allowing us to grow healthier plants faster. Also, this will conserve resources that won't need to be wasted on unnecessary time spent in vegetative growth. Therefore, I'm in support of this bill. I think being able to grow more plants at a smaller size and still get the same weight of harvest would be much better for farmers, especially like myself that grows outdoors and in greenhouses. This is a very humid, disease-prone environment. So the faster we can flower our plants, the better. I think that's all I have on that bill. I also just wanted to point out the troubles you guys have been having with internet connections here, and wanted to mention that the track and trace software mentioned earlier will all be through the internet and will be an added challenge to rural Mainers.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Putterman, for your testimony.
Thank
Any
you.
questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, next up we have Alicia Melnick, followed by Corey Terrio.
Thank you. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Alicia Melnick. I'm an attorney at Bernstein Schur. I'm also a member of the Maine Marijuana Advisory Commission, and I also act as counsel for the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. I'm here in support of LD 421 and act to increase plant count. Thank you for your patience. It's already been a long day. We support this relatively small and discrete change in statute because it will help ensure access to the wide range of strains and products for approved patients and support the businesses across Maine that produce and provide this medicine to patients in Maine. Simply put, if there are caregivers who have a strain or product that's desired widely due to its quality or therapeutic benefits, patient access won't be obstructed simply based on an outdated and arguably arbitrary number. And the speaker before me outlined some of the other very technical cultivation practices that would benefit from this change in terms of just things like sizes of plants. Maine has approved access to cannabis for medical use for over 20 years, and this legislature has heard countless stories from patients whose lives have been dramatically improved or even saved by use of this medicine. In today's society, we're taught to specialize in a skill, and this has happened in the medical cannabis industry. We have caregivers who've bred and developed specific cannabis strains or products that can benefit patients, but have been limited by requirements to be vertically integrated or by limits such as plant or patient count. As far as municipalities regulation and understanding, municipalities are very experienced in understanding and pivoting to changing laws, both on the state and federal level. This change should be no different. And localities are able to express their position and place limits on these businesses through things like land use and zoning regulations. The current law has evolved over decades and should continue to do so. The change proposed in this bill would just be one small way to continue to reflect the current state of the market and support these businesses that have proven so valuable and resilient, and who have continued to provide incredible value through job creation, patient care, and tax revenue, even during this pandemic. We urge you to vote ought to pass. And as you've heard, there are many, many caregivers throughout the state, including, I'm sure, in your communities, who would be very happy to walk you through the specifics of their cultivation practices and possibly even give you a tour. So I really encourage you to as this is the medical program in particular is new to your committee, that you take advantage of these wonderful resources that we have throughout the state. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Corey Terrio, followed by Catherine Lewis.
Can everybody hear me this time?
Yeah, you're good.
Great. Hi, my name's Corey Terrio. I'm from Mexico, Maine. I'm a licensed caregiver operating under the business name Greenview, Maine. I'm here to testify in support of LD 421. As far as I'm concerned, it's all about tax revenue and patient availability. Bumping up to 60 flowering plants is still a small enough number where I don't believe it's necessary to revisit land use rights. It's a number that's far below what large commercial operations and dispensaries and conglomerate level cultivation would normally be. And a higher plant count means more medicine, and more potential sales of medicine directly result in potential tax dollars paid back to the state. Caregivers making more sales also means that more Maine small businesses will spend more money right back into the state of Maine, as opposed to taking profits back to Wall Street or elsewhere. More legal marijuana in circulation causes direct injury to the black market. And lastly, the overall medical marijuana supply chain has dipped dangerously low on multiple occasions under the current rules. This bill will directly serve to help us maintain a healthy supply of cannabis to keep our patients well served. So for these reasons, I urge you guys to support this bill, and I really thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Terrio. Any questions? Representative Kinney.
I guess I'm already unmuted. Oh, goodness.
Jumping
between committees. Sorry about that. My question, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is, so if we're doubling the number of plants, but we're not changing the square feet of plant canopy, how much, if we're talking 60 mature, not immature, marijuana plants, they get very big. What is this going to do to the canopy size? So we're doubling the number of mature plants. Is 500 square feet still enough? And I'm not suggesting that we change that. I think that the canopy space is important for the towns that don't want this grown in their towns. Although medical is different than the adult use as far as how towns can opt in, opt out of the program. But what kind of space are you looking at when you're talking 60 mature plants versus 30?
So definitely, to double the plant count, we need to at least double the canopy space, and I'm a big supporter of that. I think in the revised version of the bill that he had mentioned before, I think he put forth that they're trying to bump it up to 1,500 square feet. I think, like he said, we could get away with 1,000, but it's like the guy before me mentioned, especially for those of us who grow in greenhouses. It's already pretty tight quarters, and it's a environment that's very humid, and it can bring a lot of powdery mildew and molds, botrytis, certain plant diseases that makes the medicine less healthy. And the more space that we can have, the more ventilation that we can have, and the more proper environment we can have to cultivate these plants. So I think we do need to raise the canopy size as well.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Terrio.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we have Catherine Lewis, and Catherine will be followed up by David Stevenson. And you're muted. Sorry, Catherine.
There we go.
There you go.
My little hand was grabbing the wrong spot up there. Thank you again for having us this afternoon. And I'm representing Medical Marijuana Caregivers of Maine Trade Association, as well as I'm a caregiver myself. And as Alicia said, we're always happy to open our grow to any representatives. We're local, we're in Manchester. Any representatives who are curious about what we're actually talking about in these bills. So I welcome you to reach out to me on the side for that. We are in support of LD 421 for a couple of reasons, but I wanted to just clarify the last question about the increasing the canopy space and the plant count. Currently, the way the law is written, we're allowed 30 flowering adult plants, as well as the vegetative and the babies, unlimited babies. There is no square footage requirement. If you choose to grow by plant count, there is no square footage currently. So you can make it as big as you want. Then there's also the ability to apply to be a caregiver with square footage. So there's two separate application processes. It's not the same. So by doubling the plant count, it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to double the space, because we already have all the space we need. There is no limit on the size of our building. I may grow in a 28 by 28 building where somebody else may have a 40 foot by 28 foot. It doesn't matter. You scale your grow based on your plant count. The reason why it's important to allow an increased plant count, as the previous speaker said, the younger the plants, the more healthy the plants. Some growers have a hard time keeping their plants free from pests or problems throughout that period of time to grow an actual tree. You know, instead of harvesting in 12 to 16 weeks, it may take them 6 months to grow the plant big enough to then put it into flower. And in that time, there's the possibility of some sort of corruption to the process, whether it be bugs or powdery mildew or something else. You're giving yourself more opportunity. So if we can increase the plant count, you can have less of them. The other thing that a lot of us have had for problems is we have mother plants that we keep for a very long time that we clone off of. Once we find strains that fit our patients, we want to keep them as long as we can. And that goes against us in our plant count because they are big and sometimes they may or may not start to flower. So it's important that we have the ability to grow a little bit more, especially now that adult use is able to buy from the medical program. So there has been a huge shortage since that went into play as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Do you have a question, Representative Supika?
I can't find my raise hand function. I apologize.
You can raise your real one, and I'll try to see it.
Thank you. Usually I have it right on deck, but so how many plants do you lose on average in a season to mildew, or how many do you have to like toss out and throw away, like of your crop? Like how many do you usually lose?
It really varies. In the earlier years when we first started, we had a couple of instances where we didn't take our own advice and we took in clones from other people. It introduced pestilence to our grow, and we lost our entire building. We lost all our mother plants. We lost all the flowering, which was for both my husband and myself. So we threw out well over 100 plants. And that's happened a couple of times. We choose not to use chemical pesticides to treat that. We actually cut them down and start over. On a regular grow, you might lose one or two, but if there's pests coming in, there's a bigger problem. We use integrated pest management procedures. So usually when we're tossing out plants, we're talking about smaller plants. Usually I've overwatered them because he already watered them. That type of thing hurt the roots. But especially for the newer growers, they could lose a significant amount. And it's financially devastating when you're paying $2,500 a month for your light bill, $1,500 for the nutrients for a flower cycle, and something develops in week 6 of flower and you only had 2 weeks left to go. It's very, very devastating and costly. And we tend to form friendships amongst each other so that we can wholesale back and forth. That was why we passed that law a long time ago, so we could wholesale when that did happen so the patients didn't suffer and go without.
And then how many mother plants do you keep? What's like an average amount? Like, do you keep a mother plant per?
We usually have about 10 different strains that we keep on hand.
So you keep like 10 mother plants, and then you only like really grow and harvest and sell from the other 20 that you're allowed to keep.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Dave Stevenson, and Dave will be followed by Dawson Julia, Thomas Falby, and Ken Fredette.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Thanks again for the opportunity. My name is Dave Stevenson. I live in Durham, Maine. Just to make it short and sweet, this law helps local Maine farmers. It enables them to grow, healthier, younger plants as opposed to having larger plants around for a longer period of time, which puts them at risk for disease and bugs, as everyone's mentioned. So I definitely would support this bill. I think that it's a good thing for caregivers for sure, and all the caregivers in the state, those are local Mainers. And there's a real uphill battle that the Maine medical marijuana community has to go with adult use coming in and with extra regulations that are being imposed. That's about it. I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. And can you say where you're from?
Durham, Maine.
Durham, Maine, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yep. Next up, we have Dawson Julia, followed by Thomas Falby and Ken Fredette.
Hello, I hope you guys can hear me. Thank you for having us today, Senator Lucchini and Chair Chiazzo. We actually, I'm the Dawson Julia again from Maine Cannabis Coalition, and we actually worked, we helped write this bill with Representative Ben Collins, and I apologize for the confusion about the square foot thing. But I just wanted to mention real quick, part of that square foot thing, why we did say not 1,000 square feet and let's go to 1,500 square feet is because specifically we have some caregivers in Maine that don't have an indoor grow, whether it's a financial issue or whatever, and they grow outdoors and they only get one crop per year and they have to make that stretch and that to grow outdoors, it's a whole different ball game. And we thought really 1,500 would be a much more appropriate number to make it so those guys could get a decent benefit too. I'm an indoor grower. I myself would be doing the 60 plant count. And so part of the reasons we need this, we really need this bill is because I'll go back to the beginning. When this program first started and caregivers were first allowed in 2010, we had a bunch of limitations on us. One of them was we only could have 5 patients at any one given time. But we were allowed up to 30 flowering plants. Since in 2018, I and a few other people, Catherine Lewis, and we sat down and wrote a big bill to help change a lot of the laws and make it so there could be stores and make it so we could have unlimited patients and make it unlimited employees. And a lot of these restrictions we reversed. But this is one that never got adjusted. And the 30 plant count is now becoming a problem because we have, we've gone from 45,000 patients in Maine in 2018 to now we're at 96,000 patients in Maine. And in our bill that we wrote, LD 1539 back in 2018, it also opened the door for out-of-state residents to come up here and purchase their medical marijuana. And so we don't even know how many of those people are coming up, but it's probably at least 10 or 20,000 more patients that we're dealing with. So last year, we had a big problem keeping up with supply and demand in the middle of the summertime, which is our busiest season. And I think that also has to do with vacationers and things coming up and taking advantage of our reciprocity. And so we really could use this. It gets to the point where you're literally struggling to try to figure out how you're going to have product on your shelf sometimes. And it doesn't help. It helps the black market when these things happen. It causes temptations and things like that. And if we can just have more plants, we can do it. We can obviously bring more taxes in and that economical impact that Representative Ben was talking about. So I see I'm out of time and I'll just leave it there in case anybody has any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Julia.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Thomas Falby, I believe is calling in today. Welcome.
Thanks. Thomas Falby, Scarborough, Maine. Thanks for having me again. I am testifying in support of this bill as well. As previous people were saying, allowing the number of plants, the plant number to go up is going to increase the quality of the flower and products available for patients. When you're able to have mother plants, you're going to get stronger, better cuts, and you're not going to risk having phenotypic drift if you're just doing clones of clones of clones or cuttings of cuttings of cuttings as you're going through your cycles. Particularly if you're breeding indoors and you're doing a cycle every 2 to 3 months. And I think it also allows for a greater diversity of genetics. You know, if people can grow more plants, you know, right now, I think there's a tendency to you're growing for in a general area. You know, strains that are known to help general conditions. You know, pain, nausea, that type of thing. Strains that are high in THC. And we're really at the infancy of, you know, a consumer knowledge of, you know, what their endocannabinoid profile is and, you know, whether or not specific terpenes benefit them better in one way than other terpenes or flavonoids do. And I think over time, you're going to see that evolve. And allowing for cultivators to be able to meet that need, where someone may walk into a store and say, hey, I'm looking for something that's around, 16 to 19% THC with, limonene and 2 other terpenoids in it, and be able to accommodate that versus being like, oh no, the only thing we have is Mac 1 and a handful of other strains that everybody likes, and if you don't like that and if that's not beneficial to you, well then too bad. So I think you're going to see an increasing sophistication of the consumer, of the patient's knowledge, of the medical community's knowledge of what is going to be of the maximum benefit to a patient using this plant. And I think allowing for the numbers of plants to go up allows people to, you can stay in a little subsection of what works for you. But then if you want to experiment, you can allocate 10% of your canopy of your plants or what have you to trying new strains without the risk of financial hardship. There's a lot of times where I've been like, I'm just going to try this KwaZulu Zambezi African strain and see what happens. And it's terrible. And you're just like, well, I just blew it on that. And now how am I going to pay the light bill this month because I took that risk? Whereas I was like trying to find something that was potentially better or more beneficial or differentiated from what's already available. So I think
Mr. Falvey, your time has run out, but if you'd like to wrap it up, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, I was wrapping it up right there. Allowing the plant number to increase is going to be beneficial for the patient in the end, and that's really always been the focus of the medical marijuana program.
Great. Thank you. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Falvey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have the Honorable Ken Fredette. And he'll be followed up by Donald Gardner and Dennis Meehan.
Good afternoon, Senator Lucchini, Chairman Chiazzo, members of the committee. It's always great to talk to the folks down in Augusta under the dome, even if you're not necessarily under the dome. I hope you're all doing well, surviving COVID and getting through the days. Again, I am Ken Fredette, private citizen Ken Fredette from Newport, and I am now representing the Maine United Cannabis Coalition. That's something that Mark Dion, the former senator, and I do together. You should have a letter that I've emailed to the committee that you have that in regards to this particular bill that I worked with Representative Collins in regards to sponsoring it. I'll be very brief. As the committee is well aware, this does increase the number of plants and the number and the size of the canopy for these growers. Obviously, if you have an opportunity, you should grow to some of these small growers, these small farmers. You can see and get a good hands-on experience for what their challenges are. This is a business issue. You increase their size and their count in their canopy, state's going to get more revenues, and they can then work better because they can't get traditional loans from banks. And so they do have to work to some extent off what they take in order to grow their business. And I'll simply conclude by saying any increase in their work and their revenue will increase the state of Maine revenue, which from my estimations is looking like it's approaching about $500 million in a 2-year budget cycle. So with that, I'll close. I look forward to working with the committee during the work session. Again, I hope you're all well and safe.
Thanks, Ken, and good to hear. Good to talk to you again. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Have a great day.
Tell former Senator Dion we said hello.
I certainly will.
Okay, next up we have Donald Gardner, and Donald will be followed by Dennis Meehan and Dylan Goldman. So welcome, Donald.
All right, all right. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, you're good.
All right, perfect. I just earned my timer. All right. So good afternoon, representatives and committee members. Thank you for your time. My name is Donald Gardner. I am a caregiver and patient currently participating in the medical cannabis program. I live in Washington, Maine, which is located in northern Knox County. I'm here to speak on behalf of LD 421, the bill to increase plant count. This wonderful program has so far allowed myself to provide for my family, my patients, and the caregiver storefronts I work with safe access to clean medicine they themselves and their patients need. Sorry. I found the cannabis plant count restrictive to my business, only being able to cultivate 30 flowering cannabis plants and vegetatively grow 60 cannabis plants. Last year alone, 2020, the fiscal year, despite a global pandemic, my demand increased 4 times, almost 400%, what it normally would be. Sales were also up double the year previous, 2019, thanks to the changes that were made in 2018. I am aware of the current plant canopy option, but that is often quite costly for small craft producers like myself. The current demand for medical cannabis in Maine is at a level which cannot be adequately and consistently met by myself and other small craft cannabis growers. Allowing 421 to pass will enable me to provide the medicine to my patients they need, as opposed to finding it elsewhere, such as the unregulated black market. So in short, in my opinion, LD 421 will help bolster the legitimate white legal market whilst simultaneously increasing revenue, therefore tax dollars for the state as well. That concludes my testimony in support of LD 421. Thank you to the representatives and the committee members, everyone joining in for your time as well. This is my first time publicly speaking, so sorry if I'm a little kind of shaky. So I'm sorry. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great. No, thank you. You did a great job, especially for your first time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for coming in to testify.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yep. Great. Next up, we have Dennis Meehan, who I don't see in the list. I know he was having some tech issues earlier, so we'll move to Dylan Goldman. And after Dylan, we will go to Eric McMaster.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Dylan Goldman, caregiver from Monmouth. I support this legislation. It can only do good things, more medicine for patients, more business for the caregivers, and more income for the state of Maine. It's a good thing. You know, right now, it's tough because a lot of the sought after medicine that gets released to dispensaries, it could be gone within an hour. And that could be like the only strain that helps people's ailments and things like that. So it's important that we make sure it's always available for them and make sure the state can get the income from the taxes and keep that out of the black market. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming in to testify today.
Thanks.
Okay, next up, we have Eric McMaster, and he'll be followed by Grant Ellis and Jared Bornstein.
Hey there. Thanks for having me back. So I just wanted to just jump right in where everybody else kind of picked off.
Can you first introduce yourself and where you're from? Thanks.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I was
no,
anxious and I went from one conversation to the other and lost my train of thought.
Easy to do.
So, my name is Eric McMaster. I live in Brunswick. I am representing True Bloom's Wellness here in Farmingdale. I am speaking today in favor of LG 421, and I am asking that you guys do the same. I kind of made some highlighted points here along the way, and essentially we're in one of those positions. Biggest deal here, increasing this plant count allows for the patient product availability. We too run into a situation where we run a retail storefront, and so we'll go through the products a lot faster sometimes than we can keep up with, and then we're kind of going to other, not that we don't want to work with other farmers, but sometimes you just might have a hard time finding the right products or the right price points or things that kind of work for us. And so then in some ways, I'll be honest with you, only being able to grow as little amount as I can sometimes results in a little bit of price auctioning, so to speak, right? Because there's limited amounts of money, so you got supply and demand, and then people in certain state markets are charging a whole lot more than people in my markets can possibly pay, and I can't justify raising the rates on my patients 25% just to be able to keep up. So being able to increase the plant count allows me to definitely keep up with my demand. The other thing that works too is in my facility, and I would say that a lot of other growers would agree, is you don't really have the opportunity to grow any strain that you want. A lot of the times we have to pick what strain grows well in my building and in my facility. And so we have to do some strain hunting and you find the right products. And so when you finally find them in your one space, if I only had 30 plants, if I'm trying to diversify and grow a lot of plants, I've got plants that eat at different rates, that transpire at different rates, and so I've got all of these things that I have to take into account where they're not. It's not consistent across the board. Whereas if I can just grow a fair amount of the couple of strains that I know works well for me, then I can work with other growers, right? And that's the reason why we've had these other situations work in our favor as far as being able to work with other caregivers. And so that it allows some predictability. It also allows for me, I also have an edible company that we would like to be able to produce our own products for, be a little more self-sustainable, which in turn, does develop opportunities for our electricians, for our air conditioning friends, for the local grow stores that are selling the soils and things for us. And so that's a really big deal. And then essentially in the end, with having that amount of products, we can also help as the science and research works forward, because then we've got the ability to kind of donate that sort of opportunity to science and research. So, it's multifold. I encourage you guys to vote this direction. I did want to just also add, it was a couple of times that someone asked earlier today about the square footage. If you've got that amount of space, I think just like any one of us, we flourish better when we're not crowded. And so if I can we all agree we get better light penetration, better airflow. The ecosystem just works better if you give the plant its opportunity to thrive at a younger stage.
Thank you, Mr. McMaster. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Grant Ellis, followed by Jared Bornstein, and then Jennifer Bergeron.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much again to the chairs and to the members of the committee. My name is Grant Ellis. I'm the president of the Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition. I'm from Cambridge, Massachusetts, and I have very much enjoyed the opportunity to virtually travel up across the border and watch your whole hearing today. It has been an edifying experience, and I appreciate the opportunity to take part. I am vehemently in support of LD 421 from a perspective that I think has been at the table today, but maybe is not as much as I would like to hope as a disabled patient. The only people who lose out if caregivers are restricted in the number of plants they can grow at 30 instead of 60 are patients. It forces patients to go source their medication at a higher price than they would be able to otherwise. And when you see $11 billion corporations opposing policies to allow caregivers to grow more medication to provide that medication at low cost to patients, you have to wonder if there's an element of regulatory capture driving those objections. And that's why I support this bill, because I think the Maine legislature can stand up against that kind of regulatory capture, can stand up in defense of access to low-cost medication for patients, and can stand up in defense of local caregivers who are from the state of Maine. And that's personally why I think the medical program is so crucial, because the local residency requirement is enforced. So the more that can be done to facilitate that program thriving and this plant count expansion is a perfect example of that, then the more those local companies can ward off subversion by corporate forces who very much parallel what J.D. Rockefeller did vis-a-vis Standard Oil and the railroads in the lead up to the passage of the Sherman Antitrust Act in 1890. This is a way for this legislature to take a stand against that kind of corporate subversion, protect the medical program, and protect access at reasonable prices for patients like myself who don't really have a voice at the table, unfortunately, in this process for a number of reasons. So thank you so much for taking the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Next up, we have Jared Bornstein. He'll be followed by Jennifer Bergeron and Joanne Davis. You're muted, Mr. Bornstein. There you go.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Caiazzo, and the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee members. I'm here today for the third time representing Maine Cannabis Coalition in support of LD 421, an act to increase the number of plants a medical marijuana caregiver may cultivate. First and foremost, LD 421 seeks to create equity in the cannabis industry by using market forces to give growers the opportunity to introduce more supply into the market, creating more sales volume and ultimately driving down prices. My family sells pallets. The government does not regulate how many trees we can grow to create those pallets. We are allowed to harvest enough trees and create enough pallets to meet the demand. Now, obviously, cannabis is a different product, and there are aspects of this industry that should be regulated. Increasing the number of plants that caregivers can produce is a market-based solution to a regulatory problem. LD 421 will have many benefits, but I will highlight two of them. By introducing more cannabis into the market, it will lower costs for patients that are often making budgets around their medicine. This pandemic has created economic insecurity for so many families. Taking every approach to lower the cost of living is prudent. Second, with more cannabis in the market, it will create more sales volume, which will result in more tax revenue. By allowing a more free market in the medical cannabis industry, you are achieving two of the original goals of cannabis legalization: patient access to medicine and raising tax revenue. A final point for LD 421 is that it is a net gain bill for the state. It costs nothing and it will raise the state money. I appreciate your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee this time? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bornstein. Okay, next up we have Jennifer Bergeron, followed by Joanne Davis, and then Dennis Meehan. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you. Once again, good afternoon, Senator Lucchini and VLA committee members. I am testifying in support of LD 420+1. And my support is due to many reasons, several of which you've already heard. So I'm not going to go into the medical part of this. I very much support the medical industry that we have going here, but I feel the move from HHS to VLA, maybe you guys are a little bit behind on just the medical terminology, and that's probably getting a little overwhelming when you may not have heard this as much as it's been heard before in HHS. So let me go on to talk about this in a business sense. Right now, I have 3 full-time and 1 part-time employee in my caregiver operation. Well, if I double the plants, I could probably double those employees. Right now, this industry support other businesses. You probably don't know most electricians, most HVAC people, the spray foam folks, lumber yards, engineers, security companies. This industry supports all of these other businesses. So we're not just talking about a $250 million industry right now. We're talking about all of the other industries that we also feed. And then I also, because of this industry or maybe it helps me have other businesses. I have 2 restaurants, so I have 40 other employees due to the fact I don't have to worry about whether or not they are, profitable or which, they're successful restaurants, but I didn't have to worry about it. I have this business which helped me get into it without that concern. So I just wanted to give you another angle to go at this, that supporting doubling the plant count or supporting raising the square footage from 500 to 1,500, I think is just going to double this industry or more. If you go from 500, as I believe Representative Kinney had pointed out, from 5 to 1,500 is tripling, you might end up tripling the sales of this industry. In the past, we have run out of product at times where there's a glut at times, but there's also a drought at times. So allowing us to grow more will allow us to regulate that better. And it looks like I am out of time.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Joanne Davis, and followed up by Dennis Meehan, I believe we have back.
Hi, I want to thank you for having me back again and for all the time you've all taken spending all day on this topic. I think it's probably a very difficult topic because I've heard a lot of industry language that a lot of you probably have no idea what we're talking about. So I appreciate you really learning this industry. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'm going to support LD 421 essentially as an important thing for small business in Maine again. We've talked about a lot of the ancillary businesses that bring in additional tax revenue to the state. For one, I'm in South Portland and I am working on a new packaging for some of our products. So I intentionally went down to a printer in downtown South Portland and he was saying, oh my gosh, the pandemic has just hurt my business. Business has changed. I don't know if I'm going to be sustainable. So I'm having him do all my packaging and that sort of thing. So what happens is it's not just cannabis and direct cannabis related small businesses that survive. This is a family-owned business from generations. And as a result, he's going to get into a new industry to do packaging that's compliant for all the laws. There are businesses in and around his that benefit from that because he stays in business and all of his employees can, go get lunch and that sort of thing in the area. So I guess what I would like you guys to consider is that when the plant count was originally set at this, the industry was smaller. Now we have a real influx, especially in the tourist season, of out-of-staters who can come and buy their medicine in Maine while they're in Maine because they can't bring their cannabis from another state across state lines. So they need to buy it while they're here. And there has been, as many have said, a real shortage in the past. And I think that would continue. So I'm just asking you to consider this as another great way to support small local business in Maine and bring in real tax dollars across a lot of different non-cannabis related industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Are there any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony again. Okay, next up we have Dennis Meehan, and Dennis will be followed by Jonathan Bean and Krista Lansdale.
Hey, folks.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Dennis Meehan from Dresden. I apologize for my last testimony. I had like 12 things going on around me. It was really confusing. But I wanted to take the time to testify in support of LD 421 and for a long list of reasons. As caregivers, as small business owners, family businesses, we have many challenges, day-to-day challenges, regulatory challenges. And seeing an opportunity like this where we're doubling our plant count will have a tremendous impact on the wellness of our state, just as the past 10 years has, with all of the natural healing that everyone's experiencing. That ripple effect goes through the family, and that level of relief is shared within communities. And this entire state has been elevated because of less restrictive policy. And together, I feel as though we really need to move in that direction, meaning instead of just doubling our plant count, we need to really start thinking about how is it that we as neighbors put one another ahead of our needs for regulation, whether it be economic or whatever needs anyone thinks we need for regulation. It's just sort of silly and foolish when you really understand the endogenous cannabinoid system and how the plant works within the body at the cellular level. It's nutrition that's unmatched in nature. It's medicine that's unmatched throughout our state. And it's a natural medicine that's actually helping people overcome addiction. And it's amazing when you see all of this relief coming from natural medicine. So as lawmakers, representatives, senators, I thank you for your work in that direction, especially in times like these where we're dealing with an epidemic. And there are even professors in University of South Carolina who have shown that the epithelial layer within our microbiome, within our gut, works with cannabinoids to eliminate the virus, to eliminate COVID and the symptoms of it, like the cytokine storm, where he's actually saving the lives of mice and rats that he's induced with ARDS, which is acute respiratory distress syndrome. So when you look at this this whole picture from a broader perspective, it really offers each of us an opportunity to change things in a way that really benefits our families, not just these small businesses that have changed everything in Maine, but all of our families. And I thank you all for your time, and I appreciate your help.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Okay, I don't see Jonathan Bean in the list. So we'll move to Krista Lansdale, followed by Mark Barnett. So welcome, Krista.
Thank you. And I want to just take a second and thank all of you for being here. It's a long day. I've been sitting here with you, so I totally get it. So I basically want to reiterate a lot of the things that have been said. You know, we found that in our state that these caregivers are giving us great revenues, and we, you know, have doubled this and doubled that. But the biggest benefit I found from this is that if we, as stated before, if we double our size, we're going to need more help. The amount of people that we employ and help their families and help them flourish during this time is amazing. Seeing them going home and having that glimpse of hope is beyond anything I could ever think of. So in turn, if this is passed, not only does the revenue grow, but, you know, jobs for everyone, and really, truly to be able to really work towards eliminating that black market and having only that white market so that we can have more for our supply and demand. So I thank you all very much, and I hope you can get through this and not want to hate us all.
No, thank you, Ms. Lansdale. It's gone pretty smoothly today, so I can't complain. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Very much. Have a great day.
Yep. Okay, next up we have Mark Barnett, and he'll be followed by Mark Ferrero, who I don't see, and Matthew Blomerth. So welcome back, Mark.
Not tired of me quite yet. Just wait till the next hearing. Mark Barnett, resident of Auburn, have a shop in Portland, Maine, and executive chairman of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. You know, a lot of our testimony, I think, is very similar. But what I would really hope that the committee is hearing today, especially as this is kind of the first interaction with the medical program, is just how broad-based, how integral this industry is to the state of our state, both health and mental and physical, but also economic opportunity, indirect economic impact that this industry has across this state, from the rural to the urban. And so this has been really wonderful to see. And a lot of my comments in my written testimony echo some of the points that have been made. But I want to focus, just with the little bit of time that I have on this, on, yeah, why would we do what we're currently doing? And I think that that's one of the biggest questions that emerges from hearing all of the feedback you get from the actual participants in the program. You'll certainly hear other things from consultants from out of state. You'll certainly hear things from lobbyists who work for, as was earlier mentioned, companies with an $11 billion market cap that plan to be the Frito-Lay of cannabis, explicitly. Maine has many of those large operators already here. And as this moves forward, it's actually going to become increasingly difficult to participate in this market, no matter at what level. It's going to be more challenging and more competition. So why would we continue to do what we're doing when you can hear from all of these different cultivators, patients, the benefits of deregulating? Frankly, this is a highly regulated program. Why would we not want to move in the direction of legalization, destigmatization, patient access, recognizing that there really is something good going on here, which is backed up both by economics, the experience of Maine citizens, and by science? Why would all these pharmaceutical companies be chasing the cannabis plant? I just wanted to put it again in that context. And I think we're going to see that over and over again this session. Thank you for that. That we have a narrative that's being pitched that we need to add this rule. We need to add this requirement. We need to add this cost. Things are crazy. There's a Wild West. There's not a Wild West. This is what somebody earlier referred to as a more free market solution to a regulatory problem. And the regulatory problem is that we're stuck in this drug war mentality of the dangers and the harm and this and that, and oh, we can't let this person do that. Well, I think you're hearing today the beauty and the opportunity and the amazing things that can happen when we do, in fact, let people participate, both as patients and as businesses. So thank you very much again for your time. Appreciate this.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. I see Senator Lucchini is back very quickly, but I do not see Mr. Ferrero or Mr. Blomer on the list. So I think Michael Fowler would be next, Senator, unless you see otherwise.
Yes, that looks good. We'll bring up Mr. Fowler.
All right.
Great. Thanks, Chairman.
Am I on?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. Oh, saw you for a second.
There you go. How's that?
There you go.
Awesome. I would like to thank you, Senator Lucci, Chairman Chiazzo, and other representatives for letting me testify today. My name is Mike Fowler. I live in Scarborough, Maine, and you could probably pretty much classify me as I'm a Maine cannabis activist. I've been involved with cannabis for over 30 decades in one way or another. I'd also like to point out, if you can't really tell by my shirt, I'm also a board member of the Maine Cannabis Coalition. And I just really here to support LD 421 and to just keep it simple. If you can support LD 421, it's going to lower patients' costs. It's going to help patients access. It's going to help the patient's availability. Also, in support of LD 421, it's going to assist with when times get low. As you know, the cannabis is starting to really take off in the market. We've talked about tax increases. Also, I'm a horticulturalist. I've been in the field as a horticulturalist in the landscaping field for 30 years. And I agree fully with what all these growers are saying by increasing and supporting LD 421. These main growers are going to become even better than what they're known for. And then on the state side, we're going to double your sales tax, and it's not going to cost anything to the state to do this. And then also that has been brought up, there's the carpenters, the HVACs, the plumbers, the electricians, the convenience stores, the banner makers. There are so many other industries that right now the cannabis industry is keeping afloat. And I've talked to many people who are contractors, and they're very lucky the cannabis industry is starting to really thrive in Maine. So I just want to thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions, and please support LD 421. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Michael LaRue, who I'm not seeing, in the list, followed by Nicholas Evans and Paul McCarrier. And Philip Bergeron would be after that, though I don't see him at the moment, but we'll look through. So Nicholas, if you're there yet, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I'm just coming in to voice my support for LD 421. I believe that more legal licensed and tax plants will do more positive things than negative to affect patient supply chain, as well as all dispensary and caregivers' abilities to do business. It'll also lower costs. We have seen some supply chain issues as a patient and a caregiver's assistant. I've been able to see firsthand the issues we've had in terms of keeping product stocks, and this plant count will certainly be a step in the right direction for that. I also believe that this bill will create both more jobs and more boost to the local economy in terms of the ancillary businesses between, soil refurbishment, composting teams, lights, heat, and HVAC, etc. And I think at the end of the day, there's nothing but positive things. The only thing that it's really taken on the governmental side is your time to hear our opinions. And then other than that, I wanted to thank you again for taking that time. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today. Okay, next up is Paul McCarrier, followed by Philip Bergeron, who I'm not seeing, and Philip Head, who I'm not sure I'm seeing, and then Ronald Jordan. So
good afternoon, everybody. Senator Lucchini, Chairman Gazio, members of the Joint Standing Committee on VLA. My name is Paul T. McCarrier. I am a member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. I also own one mill in Belfast, Maine. I have 9 employees who are located in the municipalities of Monroe, Jackson, Brooks, Knox, and Searsmont, and Thorndike. So I'm really spread around most of Western Waldo County with our staff. I'm here to testify in support of LD 421. As everyone has said before, what this will do is not only increase patient access, but also make it a lot easier excuse me, for businesses to run. Because when we're limited to having only 30 plants at one time, we're limited in the varieties of therapeutic cannabis that we can offer to different patients. And I think it's really important for us to take into consideration that this has been a patient-centric program for the past 11 years. And I think we should really keep it that way. And the best way that we can do that is by encouraging the caregiver model. We've seen this caregiver model become successful over the past 11 years. We employ over 3,000 people in this state. I think we almost employ almost 4,000 people. Just today, I paid a HVAC person from Thorndike $600 to clean out the mini splits because I'm trying to turn over my flowering room. The flowering room, which is about 600 square feet, fits my 30 plants. Now, when we're talking about the reason it is 600 square feet, I do it so it's ergonomically correct for my workers. I've been doing this for 11 years, and back when I was working just out of my garage, it was a very small space, and with that small space, it made it literally, it's not ergonomically correct. So you're crawling on your hands and knees to leaf. You're constantly moving things around, putting yourself in a strange position. So that's the reason why I think we need to have, not only an increased plant count, but also an increased canopy space, is because that's going to allow it to make it better for workers. Because as many of you know, we're really focused on making sure that there's worker safety and that things are ergonomically correct. So you want to be able to offer that space to those workers. I do not have a timer, so I just want to make sure I can hit on all of my different points right here. What we're looking at right now is the fact that medical cannabis is the largest industry, I think second largest industry in the state, and I'm hoping that the committee will take this chance to encourage it and also grow it. With my 28 seconds left, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to also just remind you that with what's been happening today with Zoom and with our constraints right now due to COVID, this internet hearing has been challenging for me as someone who's trying to run a business with 9 staff members. And because of the internet reliability issue, I want to bring up the problems that some of the suggestions the department has made when it comes to rulemaking is that track and trace systems that are internet-based are not reliable.
Mr. McCarrier, if
Thank
you can
very
just
much for your
leave
time.
your remarks to the bill here, there'll be opportunity to speak on other bills later.
Great.
Are you good?
In conclusion, in conclusion, this bill will enable more Maine small businesses to solidify themselves and also flourish. I think it's important that we fortify our local small businesses, and this is a step in the right direction. We don't put these type of constraints on other businesses, and I think this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. McCarrier. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for dialing in today.
Excellent. Thanks.
Okay, next up, we have Ronald Jordan. Welcome back, sir.
Yes, hello.
And he'll be followed by Susan Meehan. So welcome. I think you're on mute at the moment, Mr. Jordan. I can, oh, shoot, sorry. We'll try that. Oh, Mr. Jordan, you're still on mute.
Yeah, on mute.
There you go.
All
Perfect.
right. Yeah, so thank you it's all electronic challenge, we've all been challenged by the pandemic, but we had an epidemic beforehand. We were all dealing with the opioids and everything and tried to treat that. And it's been, I was part of the movement that went around petitioning to try to get the end of prohibition here in Portland. We had the ordinance to sort of allow recreational cannabis and everything, but I turned into a caregiver. I spoke before, but the number of plants you see, specifically 30, what's in a number? The number of buds, the size of the plants, and the harvest and everything like that. But as I spoke before, I am a caregiver, and I have been since the beginning of the program and the inception and everything. And I'd say, honestly, before that, I used to grow in the hedges, sort of clandestine and everything. But I've never been able to grow enough to even make a bit of a profit from it. I can't sell it. Necessarily, it's illegal. But the fact is that to grow quality product that's worth anything, there's a lot of learning process to it. I can't tell you how much I put into throwing stuff away. But, when it came down to trying to, it's genetics, you get the seeds and you sprout them just in time and you can grow, but you lose, it depends on, the quality of the seeds or what you're starting with and whether you have, clones or whether they survive or how long, if you try indoor, you've got all these other problems and greenhouses and all that. But if you have outdoor, so the number of plants does make a difference. And being able to store and harvest and sort. And, you know, it's an industry, it's a business that ought to be promoted, like lobstering and blueberries and potatoing, you know, vacation land. But the number of plants matters. And we ought to be able to have more plants. I used to have to register myself and my disabled friend who's not able to really help with the grow, but in order to really grow out the space to get the 60 plants, I had to buy 2 licenses back when it was, you know, before I can't tell you how many of these cards that I have, but, you know, as far as my business, I don't have, you know, the sales business. It's not that end of it I'm interested in. So thank you very much. I think it ought to be 60 plants, and that's all I have to say, I guess. Thank you for your time and everything. You know, it's quite an effort to go before public. See?
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jordan, for testifying again. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for participating today.
Right.
Okay, next up we have Susan Meehan, and we also have coming up Steve Rule, who I don't see in the waiting room, or William Ryan in the waiting room. So we'll go to Susan Meehan. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Lucchini and Chairperson Chiazzo and the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you for hosting this hearing today and helping us all learn this new technology. My name is Susan Meehan. I live in Sweden, Maine, in Oxford County. I moved to Maine in 2013 to access the best medical program in the country to treat my late daughter, Cindy May. Cindy May is a legacy, a champion of patient access in several states, and together we fought for safe and affordable access, for patients' right to use their non-combustible medicine in hospitals and school, and for patient rights to possess and process their medicine in the safety of their own homes, and many other key legislative points. In my daughter's honor, I am a medical marijuana caregiver, currently non-cultivating, but I have plans, and I deliver medicine to pediatric patients across Maine. I'm also secretary of the Maine Cannabis Coalition and a founding member of Maine Children for Cannabis Therapy. I support the concept and the language of LD 421. This is a fine example of how legislation should look. It's simple and clear in a couple of sentences that make the point with no unnecessary language, and the language is present. Addressing the additional canopy square footage only makes sense with the increased plant count. So if we go from 30 plants to 60 plants, perhaps we can double from $250 million a year to $500 million, but the larger the grow, the more space you have to account for proper airflow and mold mitigation. The additional square footage would allow for healthier plant growth, even if the plant count remained. Most of the caregiver contribution to this industry, about 75% of our totals, stays in Maine, enhancing our local communities. The parallel impact is enormous, impacting HVAC industry, soil and grow stores, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, general contractors, not to mention our many employees. This industry is good for the economy and it's good for our communities, of which we are actively a part of. Someone will fill the gap in production via the black market if the legal market cannot support the needs. Rarely do we find such a simple change that has the potential to create so much positive impact. I thank you to the bill sponsor, Representative Collins, and thank you to the VLA committee for hosting this hearing.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Meehan.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay, since those other people we can't find, that will conclude those speaking in favor of the bill. We're going to move to those speaking against. And so we'll look in the waiting room for Christian Roney. And I'm not seeing Christian, so we will go to Kate Dufour. And Kate will be followed by Eric Gunderson. Welcome, Kate.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Kate Dufour. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in opposition to LD 420. And I think you'll be relieved to hear that I'm not going to whine that I didn't get a copy of the legislation because I actually we are very concerned about this legislation because state law gives us very little regulatory authority over caregivers. And our fear is that by increasing the plant counts, what we're going to do is implement a more industrial operation located in communities that have either objected to that by not allowing it within their municipal boundaries or have somehow zoned it in different types of areas in the community. So we're concerned that this will circumvent local authority. And what that would do is basically put the desires, the needs, the interests of the residents of a community, take that and shift that to the caregivers. And we want to make absolutely certain that to the extent that there's any increase here, that the municipal community can continue to regulate whether or not those larger operations are authorized within their municipal boundaries. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you will continue to give us the tools that we need to make the decisions our residents want.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Dufour. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't need an answer right now, Ms. Dufour, but I'm wondering if maybe for the work session, you would think about if there was a possibility to leverage the increased capacity with the ability for local control, local regulation. I don't know if that's on the table or not. I'm just curious to know if that's something that your group would consider.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Dufour. And Director Gunderson, if you don't mind holding just for a second, I think we have another that I missed on the in favor that we'll get to first, and then we can go to you after. So Paige Costa. We'll bring in.
All right, I'm in.
Yeah. Okay,
Sorry
there,
about
yeah,
that.
we didn't have you on this bill. We just had you on the other one, but
I apologize.
Good.
So good afternoon. Thank you all for bearing with us for so long. Representative Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name is Paige Costa, as mentioned before, and I am a co-founder of North Star Apothecary in Fairfield. And today I am testifying in support of LD 421. So for a caregiver to own and solely provide their store with the proper mix of flower and concentrates that medical marijuana patients require, 30 plants really is the absolute bare minimum that we can get by with and allows little to no room for error, such as power outages or outside contaminants, as previous contestants have said. And the power outages and outside contaminants, and it destroys a crop. Despite safety protocols and backup systems, some things are beyond the grower's control, especially in Maine's climate. So for companies like mine who wish to vertically integrate all production into the future, there simply isn't enough material to work with the current 30 plant limit. Seeing as we have no way to acquire capital from lending institutions, increasing the allowed plant count is a caregiver's only hope at funding their own expansion. And also, with an increased maximum plant count, caregivers will be able to experiment with new plant strains and ancillary products to best meet the needs of their patients that depend on this medicine to treat a myriad of ailments, and still be able to retain enough to meet their own medical needs. So thank you for your time and attention today, and thank you Representatives Collings and Collmore for bringing this proposal forward for us.
Great, thank you, Ms. Costa. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Director, if you can hold on just for one more.
Yep.
We're going to go to Matthew Ladroga, who's in support of the bill. So Matthew, if you can hear us, you're up.
Is that working? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yep.
Oh, sorry. I moved to Maine. I became a caregiver in Massachusetts in 2012.
Yep.
I moved to Maine.
Excuse me. Can you say your name and where you're from and if you're representing anybody? Thanks.
Oh, Roger. Sorry about that, sir.
No worries.
I am Matthew Ladroga. I am from Warren, and I own Pleasant Mountain Organics.
Great.
I moved to Maine in 2015 to find a better way of life. And Maine, I found, had one of the most impressive medical cannabis programs in the whole United States, and I wanted to call home. Being a combat veteran, cannabis saved my life, and that in turn became Pleasant Mountain Organics. My goal to find access for veterans as a lead point and to be able to grow cannabis. I love growing, and being able to show that and share that healing experience and giving access to others, brothers and sisters that I need it. At Pleasant Mountain Organics, we designate and provide free medicine to a handful of veterans in the area. And with the new fees testing requirements, we have bought the new bio-tracking software system and the new out of preparation for metrics. Being a small scale caregiver, the cost of doubling numbers already affected our patients else. The plant count change will give us great opportunity to build our business and give more access to patients while still keeping and upholding our care to the veterans and acceptable prices without having to compete with the new incoming adult market. As well as this affects the farm. The costs to keep going up, but plant count doesn't. I am a 60 plant grower under the square canopy of 500 square feet. It's less than 24 by 24 feet, and it's just almost impossible. My room only has 40 plants in it because of the size. That in turn, I would agree and support the double of numbers. I have questions on whether caregivers like myself who have paid the $2,400 for a 60 plant limit in 500 square feet, how will that change? Will we be allowed 120 plants? And I honestly believe that maybe we should consider increasing square footage and or don't mix either. You pay for plants or you pay for square footage, and the plant limit would still have increased tracking. Therefore, I'm going to zero that in. I favor LD 421 and I support small local business. I think this is going to do an amazing thing for the valuation of our local communities, being able to present this supply to patients at a reasonable price. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ladroga. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and testifying today.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, Director Gunderson, your turn.
Yeah, real quick before I give my testimony, just to bring a little clarity to it, when caregivers register with our program, they register for either a plant count up to 30 plants or the 500 square foot. They're separate registrations. But here we go. So Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans Legal Affairs, thank you for hanging with us. My name is Eric Gunderson, Director of the Office of Marijuana Policy. I'm here to provide testimony on LD 421. OMP opposes this bill because the legislature has already created multiple pathways for registrants to cultivate more than 30 mature marijuana plants and to level the playing field for registrants while maintaining appropriate oversight and regulations. LD 1539, passed by the 128th legislature, fundamentally altered the caregiver model. It opened the door to wholesale transfers, effectively removing any possession limits, allowed caregivers to cultivate up to 500 square feet, and permitted caregivers to operate caregiver retail stores. Again, our opposition is simply against further commercialization and larger scale operations without proper oversight or controls for both towns and state. While the 128th legislature built in appropriate controls aimed at local control, market legitimacy, and community safety in our adult use program and commercial operations in the medical program, no such controls exist for caregiver cultivation operations. The legislature gave caregivers the ability to grow more than 30 plants with the canopy registration. Since implementation of the canopy registration, 857 out of the over 3,000 caregivers have chosen that registration type. 184 of those have registered for between 30 and 60 plants, 508 registrants between 61 and 90 plants, and another 109 registrants for between 91 and 150 plants, with the remainder registering for 150 to 570 plants. Additionally, in LD 1539, the legislature lifted the cap on registered dispensaries, again, to level that playing field. In recognition of the removal of this cap, OMP plans to lower the dispensary application fee from $12,000 to $5,000 annually to assist caregivers who wish to seek further commercial success in the medical program. Registered dispensaries may cultivate an unlimited number of mature marijuana plants for the purposes of assisting patients with the appropriate regulations in place for a commercial operation. OMP currently views 30 plant registration as a significant operation with the ability to harvest hundreds of pounds of marijuana annually. Because some registrants wish to significantly increase the volume of marijuana they can cultivate, we again believe that towns across Maine who already struggle certain towns already struggle with the medical program should have a say. This is why we believe the dispensary model is a better solution. I'll close with it's difficult to assess the supply and demand of the medical program. However, after implementation of the required inventory tracking system, OMP will have a better picture of our medical marketplace. Also ensure marijuana grown in the medical program ends up in the hands of patients. With this insight, we can make informed decisions to address supply shortages and to avoid overproduction, with the concern being that sales are limited to qualifying patients. So with that, right on cue, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director Gunderson. So I guess in the legislation that passed on the 128th, how did that affect the plant count or the square footage? I think you alluded to that earlier, but.
Yeah, so when the medical program was first established, it was really around two registered types, registered dispensaries that could grow unlimited amounts of plants and had unlimited patients. Much more of a commercial operations had significantly higher regulatory standards for businesses of that scale. And to fill the void, geographic diversity, and also to increase access, they had the smaller caregiver model, which was limited to 5 patients and limited to the amount of plants. That legislation, LD 1539, fundamentally changed that, blurring the lines between the small patient-centric caregiver and the commercial operations, which is great. They should be able to grow their businesses. We certainly want to see our registrants thrive, but we're looking for that same level of oversight. And I'll take it one step further. I had the unique advantage of spending almost 2 years with the Marijuana Legalization Implementation Committee while they did their work, building out the foundation and structure for the adult use program. And I saw how they meticulously engaged with stakeholders of all kinds, public health, public safety, municipalities, educators, chemists, and also industry, and really weighed and implemented policies that work for everybody. So I'm trying to ensure again that these programs work for all interested stakeholders. And if we do grow and continue to scale up and commercialize, that we do that in the most responsible way that works for everybody.
Thanks. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I don't need an answer right now, Director Gunderson, but maybe for the work session. I'm curious to know if there were any discussions about at what point is the trade-off between volume and local control. If those discussions were had, kind of where that centered around. If they haven't, is that something that we could and should be looking at, or have we already kind of discussed that and that's been summarily rejected as being not correct for the type of market that's there? Again, don't need to answer it now. Something we can take up in the work session. It's entirely your discretion if you want to.
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of history and background. Again, so going back to the HHS committee when the legislature approved LD 1539, there certainly were trade-offs, and it wasn't singularly focused on the plant count. The caregivers, like I said, were allowed to wholesale transfer, removing any type of levels of quantity they could have storefronts, organize as a business entity, and basically get rid of their patient count and grow up to 500 square feet or 30 plants. So when they went through that commercialization almost, there was the trade-offs. And I think the HHS committee did a good job building in some of those controls and protections that I've been talking about, whether you're talking about local authorization for dispensaries, manufacturing facilities, and caregiver storefronts. They put in a requirement for the department to build out the inventory tracking system or the inventory tracking portal, an incredibly important transparency piece to ensure integrity of the program, to make sure that marijuana that starts in the program ends up in the hands with qualified patients, and product that starts in the program stays in the program. So there were a lot of these built in. But I don't remember in any of the conversations it going beyond the 500 square foot. So this is the first time we're considering actually just doubling the amount of plants. But I can bring back more information and look back to some of those more in-depth conversations at the committee level when they develop 1539.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that'd be helpful for the work session, just kind of a history on the number of plants that were allowed in the program.
Certainly.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Director Gunderson.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so that is all that we have pre-registered for the opposition category. So now we'll move to the neither for nor against. So we'll begin with Cynthia Soma Hernandez, who I don't see in the waiting room. So we'll move to Derek Short. He'll be followed by Garrett Cooper McPherson, who again, I don't see in the waiting room, followed by Melina Dumas. So Derek, welcome back.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank all members of the VLA again for hearing us. I'm just going to reiterate very quickly what a lot of other members of the community have said. The plant count increase is going to have a direct impact on a very quick economic boom. You're going to be you can see these caregivers are chomping at the bit to do that expansion. You're going to be employing concrete workers, well drillers, water filtration, electricians. You go right down. People that do T-shirts, people that do banners, advertisement. Right, like every dollar that gets spent at these caregiver shops gets kicked around the state quite a bit, and that dollar gets taxed over and over and over and over and over again. So it's going to have a direct impact on Maine's GDP. You're talking 96,000 patients right now in the medical program. I think that's the main, reason for this plant count increase. I don't know if people that talked before against this can tell you which months we had a shortage last year. I don't know if they're that in touch with the stuff that we are. We're hands-on. We knew last summer was a big drought, and a lot of people were out of product. And this is just a simple way. It's not going to cost the state any money, and it's just going to be an economic boom that I think this state needs right now. I think that's about it. I do really appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Short. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today and testifying.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Melina Dumas, and I believe she'll be followed by Scott Willett. And I believe that is it for our list of those who registered. So Melina, welcome. Did I spell your name correctly? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, it's nice to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm sure everyone's feeling pretty good about that now. So good afternoon, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melina Dumas, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Drummond Woodsum in Portland. I'm here representing Maine Organic Therapy, Remedy, Compassion Center, and Cureleaf, Maine. My colleague Hannah testified earlier today, and she had a conflict this afternoon, so the committee clerk graciously arranged for me to take her place, and I hope that's okay with you too, Senator Lucchini. I thought it was all clear. So here I am. I'm going to move forward if that's okay. So we actually oppose LD 421. The concerns we have regarding this bill are similar to those that Hannah expressed for LD 353, and I'm going to echo a lot of the concerns that Ms. Dufour and Director Gunderson raised already. It's important to carefully consider the existing framework for regulating caregivers Congress before passing legislation that would once again increase the scope of these operations without making further adjustments to state and local approval processes. I think it's worth noting that most communities that authorize 2,000 square foot adult use marijuana grows do classify them as an industrial or light industrial use. The larger the facilities get, the greater the land use impacts. Most notably, a lot of municipalities express concerns about odor, but also the larger the facility, the more employees and customers and increased traffic. The scope of a caregiver's operations with up to 1,500 square feet of plant canopy, which does not include the vegetative plants, seedlings, clones, or other space necessary to operate a cultivation facility, no longer sounds like a small-scale home occupation. It would likely look more like an industrial warehouse use. 1,500 square feet is actually larger than a lot of homes in Maine. So if this increase is allowed, caregivers should be subject to the same local control as other marijuana businesses. Furthermore, it's possible to cultivate up to 200 mature marijuana plants in 500 square feet. That means that an increase to 1,500 square feet of plant canopy could result in up to 600 flowering plants. So that's 20 times what was allowed just a couple of years ago with the 30 plant limit, and 3 times more flowering plants than could fit into 500 square feet canopy space. The claim that there's a limited supply of medical marijuana across the state doesn't seem to be data-driven, and Director Gunderson of the Office of Marijuana Policy noted in his written comments that oversupply is actually a significant concern. So increasing the plant canopy and plant count amounts, particularly without an active track and trace system already in place, is likely to increase diversion. So as Director Gunderson and Attorney King said earlier, registered caregivers will be able to apply for dispensary registrations later this year if they so choose. Dispensaries do not have a cap on plant canopy for their cultivation operations, but towns must opt in to allow dispensaries, and they're subject to state and local regulations that reflect a larger scale operation. Director Gunderson noted that OMPs decreased the fees for dispensary registrations, and it's no longer a competitive process now that the cap has been lifted. This is a better option for allowing medical marijuana businesses to increase the scope of their operations within the state program and within the confines of the sweeping changes to the law that went into effect in 2018. So thank you again so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak today, and have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dumas. Is that right?
Dumas.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Scott Willett. And then I do believe that will be it for today's hearing. So Scott, if you can hear us. So while we wait to see if Scott can get in, just to quickly go over the schedule for the rest of the week, we're going to have a budget meeting, it looks like, with appropriations tomorrow at 3 p.m. It's a budget public hearing. And then on Wednesday at 10 a.m. we have public hearings and work sessions. So it doesn't look like Mr. Willett is there. So we'll give one more minute to see if we can get him on. Otherwise, we'll move on in the agenda. Okay, and I don't see any of the other names that we missed. So at this point, given that all testimony has been collected, and we can also look at testimony online, I'll close the public hearing on LD 421. So the public hearing is closed. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Sam, did you have anything to add on the day?
Nope, nothing else.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so tomorrow we are in appropriations, I believe at 3 o'clock. If you check your, I think it's 3 o'clock tomorrow, budget hearings. They should send us a link to participate with them. And then Wednesday will be 10 a.m. with a couple of public hearings followed by work sessions. So thanks everybody. It was a long day, but thanks for staying on. And with that, we'll adjourn for the day. So thank you.